I'm late, and this is a sudden stream, even though I said I'd start at 5. What happened is there was a blackout, and that put my stream behind. I didn't even know if I was going to get it out today. I put up a post. I'm not sure if everyone saw it. Also, a new video coming up. I think that's all I got to say. Yeah, so my bad. I'm just going to get started. And this is a sudden stream, even though I said I'd start. Audio's working fine. Open OBS. So I'm actually just gonna get right into the story first, and then I'm just messing around with like the formatting of stuff. So I think I forgot to update my stream information. I'm just gonna mess around. I'm just messing around with the formatting and stuff. So I think I'm gonna get right into the story, and then I will draft afterwards because I have enough for like one good Edge of Eternities draft. And because I'm running late, I'll probably try to keep things shorter, I think, as much as possible. Maybe I will stream Valorant today. We will see. I don't know why my link is in there. Surely there has to be a way to like copy, like reuse, like. Okay, let's pull up chat here. Okay, we are on episode 8 of 10, I believe. Let me double check. Well, first I need to pull up. Yeah, we're 8 of 10. Still a bit of ways to go if we're doing this once a day. Edge of Eternities, Episode 8. Revision 14, Halia Lives. The calf have opened the sluice gates. That's a funny word. Sluice gates. Like juice or like sluice. Sluice to flood the slag field. The crashing cataracts give Sam and Tam just enough. Is it not Tan, or is that just like a little nickname? Just enough to cover up. Just enough cover to slip around the rimroll back toward the Seriema. The pale star flying circles over Turo Duen opens fire on the airport. Pulsing laser fire crackles like laughter. A sputtering white electrical fire climbs the control tower and the weather radar. So once again, we have this association with light and the white line faction. Not that other like factions can't use lasers, but I think this is like I think we've mostly seen it used by the Palatinate. They do use stingers and stuff, but I think we've mostly seen like weird gravity shit for the Monoist, and the Cavs had like it's kind of like a fibro blade or something. There definitely are cases of like other like factions using lasers, but like once again we have emphasis on light, at least for this faction. What's walking? Hold on, let's check images. I probably should have gone over those like way earlier. I recognize this, Sammy says, staring at the distant devastation. I recognize this. I saw this in Sigma Tan, but I didn't. It didn't happen. What? Come on, Captain. We got to move. We've got to move. But they're too late. Someone has found the Seriema, and the prow cargo ramp is down, opening the long jet of the #1 cargo bay to boarding. Sammy bolts to the ship, shouting, "Seriema, deploy!" Something hits Sammy. They fall to on their face, shuddering. Oh yeah, so we watched them die last story, right? Of course, I'm sure whatever the entity is in the stone has rewritten that, so that is not the case, but... I'm just putting up chat on my phone, YouTube chat. It was a typo. Yeah, I believe it. I mean, I don't think laser weapons are only the Palatinate. I just think they get referenced a lot in regards to Palatinate, just because magic is kind of on the nose with symbolism sometimes. Because I think up here we do see like a blue card with like a laser in it. Although I don't think it's a laser weapon, I think it's like a mining tool. Like this, that looks like lasers. Oh, Cloud Sculptor. And they also have like their light blades and stuff. Tan grabs them in one work claw and drags them to cover. When Sammy recovers enough to look up again, they find a preposterous sight. a suit of golden armor standing, frozen over Aphrael, who is huddled wretchedly around its ankles. In one hand, he holds the weird rock from Sigma, and in his other the jet injector, full of primary paralytic Sam left in the captain. By his face, a spittle-covered telescope bearing rolls in small circles. She killed you, Aphrael says. I saw it, but she didn't. I don't know. You should put that rock back in stasis, Tan says, very casually. Sammy looks around in alarm. That's the casual that comes before the violence. Aphrael looks at the rock and then at Sammy. I guess, he says. She was going to kill me, but she wanted me to change something in the past. She wanted me to stop someone from dying. Could I do that? Could I stop something from happening? Don't get any ideas, buddy. Probably thinking about saving a sister. Yes, Tunnock says, but you might not like the price. The empty cap expeditionary armor looms behind Aphrael. Sammy carefully approaches the Suma's armor. Just because the Suma seems paralyzed doesn't mean that the armor's Vi won't defend it. How did you manage to get an injector through this? I have a hole, Aphrael says. You could tell me that injector was for seizures. It was a paralytic? You gave me a paralytic and said it was for seizures? Yeah, Sammy says, distracted. There's a pendulum dangling from the brow of the Suma's helmet. Sammy gives it a push to keep it going. Maybe it's a failsafe, and if it stops, the Suma's will explode. I mean, common trope, but it's just there for prayer. A tiny voice sounds through the helmet, the voice of the Suma's tactical radio, passing through bone and flesh into alloy. Helia, I'm sorry, and then the quick shrill of a channel change. Vonem to all units. We're going to Protocol 7. You have 2 minutes, Flare 3. I want you over Star 2's last position. Fangs out. She's gone silent, and the target may rabid. Galvarina, get in there and help Star 2. Protocol 7, Sammy says. In 2 minutes, what's Protocol 7? I think it's when they kill us all, Aphrael says. Tunnock bells a large cry of frustration and runs for the cockpit. Poor Tunnock. Also kind of funny, I guess they're about to kill everything when it's like white, when white has a bunch of board wipes in the card game. Hey, Aphrael, I wonder if there's actually, if there actually is a whiteboard wipe in this set called Protocol 7. I doubt it's called Protocol 7 specifically, but that would be funny. That would be the time. Strangely, no. It doesn't look like there's like a lot of mono white destruction. There's emergency eject, but that's not what we're looking for. Sammy says, pause. Hey, Aphrael, Sammy says, pausing on Tunnock's heels. Me, Aphrael says, massaging his jaw. Is that rock magic? Does it give us good luck? Can you use it to get us out of here? He blanks, which is a pretty severe reaction on a man who's already pale as cheese. I can't make it do anything. It didn't stop her. Yes, it did. You just stopped her, huh? He looks at it. I guess I did. And you are both back here safe. This is a bad idea, Tunnock shouts from above. This is a really bad idea. This is the first time I think we've seen Stanek act like this, so I guess it shows how dangerous the situation is. We're already dead, Sammy says. Our chances of flying out of here with a pale star and hope lights overhead are 0. So how much worse could things get? Sammy slammed down the pilot seat. We'll fly with the fuel we've got, they announce, as if there's a choice. 10. Do your codes to the gun still work? No, but the Subdar's armor in the hold had new codes. 10 growls affirmatively, and the encryption is no match for the pinnacle breakers. I pulled them already. So maybe if they can get past the hope lights, there's a chance. Sammy does the hands dance, singing quietly to themselves. Switch, guard up, switch down, leave the guard up. There's no time. Inspectoral up, Tunnock reports. Exile? Well, that's a good point. Whoops. Means banishing light beyond. Oh, here we go. Beyond the quiet. It's not referencing Protocol 7 specifically, but exile all creatures in spacecraft. As the Supervoid's photon color washed over them, time stopped. Their souls would experience the grandeur of their demise for eternity. Kind of funny that's the Supervoid doing that when the Supervoid seems like it's connected heavily to black mana generally, but hey, if you want to make a fan card called Protocol 7, you could very easily do it. Or like Containment, Pinnacle Storage, Star Cage, Lightstone Inquisitor. So maybe if we can get past the hope lights, there's a chance. Sammy, in Spectral Up, Tunic reports. Sammy gets a couple of frames of image from the and Spectral. The mouth of the cavern straight ahead. The slag field outside, and something bright and hot coming straight at them. Then a blinding laser snuffs out the image. Aftermarket alarms go off as the ship's illegal countermeasures package detects an imminent laser attack and fires bundles of arrow muck and mirror dust. So this is actually a pretty nice detail, because the idea is that, especially with the mirror dust, is that if a laser beam is focused light, then I guess it like causes light to refract, and I think it's a specific word for like lasers becoming like less focused. But ideally, you can like cause light to scatter, and it becomes like less dangerous, like the heat or power goes down. The sonic boom of the hope light passing overhead rattles the Seriema on her landing legs. Jets, Tennant calls. Sammy gooses the ship on a pulsar thrust. The Seriema, unloaded, barely fueled, leaps into the cave ceiling and smashes her radar. Sammy takes the crunch as good news. She really wants to fly, and translates forward, hard out of the cave mouth, over the slag field up. Debris hangs off the hull like the footfall of a stampede. Sammy hauls back, whooping, "They're flying!" They're flying. Airfoil deploying, Tan reports. Get her in lift attitude. Get her in lift attitude. Sammy skews the ship 90 degrees on its side so it stands tall. Somewhere after all yowls done, there is a louder bang. Hope lights lasered something off us, Tunic reports, and then wails. The main drive. They took out the mag nozzle. We don't have fuel for it anyway. One of the airfoils has jammed halfway open, but that's fine. The Seriema will just have to substitute thrust for lift. Throttle's open. Let's go. Also, the card. I'll probably like one day. I keep saying I'm gonna do this. I will get to it. I'll probably one day sit down, look through all the card art in the set. At the end of all things, will you find redemption or rebirth? Beyond quiet. Interesting. It's alright. Interesting because like that's also kind of looks like a black hole effect, and we know that the monoliths believe that you might be reborn if you go in a black hole, but you can maybe also see. It's kind of hard to tell. But it's everything else is pretty like white aligned though, like stereotypical like bright yellow and white colors. But then this is like an interesting contrast to that. Typo? What? Oh yeah, attitude. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be altitude. We're dead, Tunic says. We're dead. Yeah, Sammy says kinematically. It is impossible to escape the pale star. The Nuncio lasers on that patrol ship will go through 10 meters of aluminum a second, but they're not dead yet. They're shooting to disable. They want us down in one place. They want the rock, Tunic guesses. I don't think so. I think they want the soldier in armor down in our hole. I heard the top guy calling for her. He called her Halia. Tunic tugs a horn here until the top layer peels off his hands. We need a scam. Hostage? Yeah. Get down to the hold and grab. A Bladier intrudes between them and taps the main display. Looking for a hostage. Halia says, yeah, probably should have kept an eye on her. It doesn't take long for Halia's armor to identify and release a counter agent for the paralytic drug, but that's a pretty good armor. But it was infuriating waiting. Aphrael tried to get her armor off, even poking his finger through her helmet to search for the nerve interface. How does he do that? There's no drop in capacitance or sensor failure. Why doesn't he just reach in and pull out her eyes? Why doesn't he kill her? She remembers killing the human in the cab, but that must be wrong. They got up and ran up to the cockpit. This must be the object at work. Aphrael was changing something, has changed something, but how could he change what she did? She has the pendulum. She's armored against it. The ship lurches into motion. The whole cargo bay. Well, even by her own admission, she had the pendulum with Vondam's information. So even by her own logic, it would actually be Vondam who's protected because she put in Vondam's age in the equation instead of her own. The ship lurches into motion. The whole cargo bay tips on its side. Cav armor tumbles like war table miniatures. So like. May or may not be a Warhammer reference. I just know there's a Warhammer fan in the writers' room somewhere, so that would be a funny reference. And in all that tumult, she feels the cold. This feels like a weirdly specific, like War Table Miniatures. Feels like a weirdly specific comment to make. Comparison. And in all that tumult, she feels the cool kiss of a jet injection. Her armor has released her. She can move. She grabs Aphrael by the throat. He screeches and kicks her. It would be very easy to close his throat forever, but something's bothering her. We're supposed to be dead, she says. All of us. Protocol 7. He slaps at her face with his right hand, but she cooks him with a microwave emitter, and his spine jerks. His spine jerks his hand away before his brain can even get to screaming. Don't touch me. She fights his left hand too. So he drops the object. Or that. Put that in the stasis cask. When that's done, the cask is active. She marches up to the cockpit, Blade Eater in her free hand. She jabbers, but she's not paying any attention. The human and the cav are talking about a hostage. Looking for a hostage, Halia says, throwing Afrael down between the seats. Land the ship. Put me on 142. That's Komasu, the pinnacle distress frequency everyone's supposed to monitor. Sir Vondem will hear. The ship's captain is a pale, dark-eyed youth, probably not much older than Halia. They're armed with an antenna rapier and a charming smile. Antenna rapier sounds like interesting. Land when we got a fine escort when we got such a fine escort out of here. Have we seen Sammy with any kind of rapier? Not that they don't give that vibe, but actually because they said they could switch players sensor from kill to stun without affecting the pendulum. Oh, but I think that could be it. The South African. But she also says, hold on. But she also does say in the previous story, she put in the wrong, like, hold on. So for her on Cavern, the answer is 6. For Sylvanum, the answer is 3. And then did I misread that maybe? Maybe I misread that. Not the region. Protocols. I use protocol 3, sir, to suit your birth date. But it doesn't matter. And so it still looks like she plugged in. She did, but it didn't matter as it would allow for it only allow for the stone to swap her out for Vondam. Okay, that makes sense. Which is probably what's probably throwing her off right now, in part. Which I guess might also confirm that there probably is like a point to the pendulum outside of just like it might have like a physical, tangible effect. They're armed with an antenna rapier and a charming smile. Also, I don't think we ever see Sam with it. Antenna rapier. Why can't I spell the name right? It's without an E. Yeah, just have their robots. There might be a rapier on their holster there or something. Kind of hard to tell though. Like this could be some sort of. It's hard to tell. It could be something. Land, when we got such a fine escort out of here, they bump the display over to the rear camera. A Hillblight Warmaker hangs directly off their stern. It's so close and so agile, it could probably peel this ship apart like a model kit, until it was nothing but engines and a power reactor and a skeleton, with Holly and the other 3 standing in an open cockpit enjoying the wind. But that's not what the charming captain wants Holly to see. The view is clear, the storm clouds have parted. The Sundog looms over the Cav settlement at Taro and like a Taro Duran like a scepter. It has retracted its airfoil and tipped vertical, floating like a tower on a pillar of arc jet thrust. It is stunningly vulnerable, but this is necessary. The Sundog is recovering its soldiers. Free Company troops storm up from the boardwalks and its rooftops below. They rise on armor jets or chained to towers. What is that exactly? It's a tauber. Small drum. There are squad level utility mechans. The Sundog skips her down too, loading wounded. All else is light, a clean light, a pure light, but not a good light. Once again, we have that comparison to light, especially white alignment, like magic used to symbolize the white alignment. The Sundog is killing everything in Toro Duan with its lasers. There are nuclear emitters all over the ship, though the weapon has 2 primary beam cores. Then there are the point defense lasers meant to engage oncoming missiles, and the lidar arrays, which can kill unarmored targets at close range. All of them firing with plain, unhurried efficiency. Each living thing or working mechanism in Toro Duan is a hotspot on thermal imaging. The Sundog's fire control system convert each hotspot into a target. One by one, lasers service the targets. The point defense weapons set people on fire as they rasterize. Like, holy shit, the crowds below. Not that Magic has never had death before, but this, like, at least as far as the violence goes, has been particularly like specific in its wording. The crowds below. The Nukios flash entire bodies to plasma. It's hard to say which is less merciful. Many of the cav out in the streets are on fire. Think about what that means, Halia. Their flesh is hot enough to create a self-sustaining reaction with the oxygen in the air. And what are those burning cav doing? They're trying to put each other out, lumbering around, gasping and beating each other with their claws. They throw themselves onto each other to snuff out the blaze, but all they do is make piles of burning bodies. So, like, okay, weirdly, I'm not saying this is like the darkest set. I would say, like, obviously planes like Innistrad are much more like horror and like Duskmourn, but there is like a weird like little bit of like maybe like I wouldn't say this is a grimdark at all, but like grim darkness to it all, where it's like just a little bit more brutal, like about the nature of violence and war and how ugly it is. Like, it isn't like some glorious combat against the Eldrazi. It's like people are getting like lit on fire and like molten, like bodies of melting like fat stacked on top of each other. And the ones who can't get away are going into the houses. The Sundog lets them go and sets the houses on fire. Halia goes cold from her brow to the soles of her feet. She never imagined, she cannot believe. Such an exercise of power against the helpless. So they rioted, so they attacked. So it was their home. They didn't do anything. They didn't know anything about protocols or sacred objects. The free company is strong. It can survive the outrage of a few cav. Unless those cav are tainted by a mere proximity to the object, and she is in close proximity. Why haven't they killed us too, she demands. I don't think they want to kill you, the captain says. Basically, Sir Vondom's biased. And you could argue maybe it's like a bit of his selfishness, because like I said earlier, he's like white-black, so you could argue it's a bit of selfishness, but Halia and Vondom are both selfish towards like each other, in the sense they're putting each other first, but maybe even if it means bending protocol. And also here we're also highlighting the hypocrisy of this of like the Palutena may have, because like the protocol thing to do would be to kill Halia like in a heartbeat. It's a bomb. It would have been a bomb the town like a while ago. The cav in the other seats groan. The cav in the other seat groans and tugs at his jaw. A horn like spike comes free in his hand. Blood falls. Oh, so he's so stressed. He's like, because we know he strokes like his horn hair. So he's basically so stressed he's actually like he's basically pulling his hair. Or the cav equivalent. The pale star seems to cover at the center of a red flower. However, at the center of a red flower, the edges of the petals are lines of laser light. The tips of the petals are the pyres of cav. I saw this, the captain says. On Sigma, glass fires burned into the clay. The Vi said they were lightning strikes, but they weren't. It was laser fire. And then it unhappened. The patrol ship never caught us. Now it's happening here instead. Anyway, the metal man's rock goes. The free company kills everyone. It's not my fault, Afrael says from the floor. I don't know. I just touched a rock. Captain Sammy told me to do it. I didn't mean to get anyone else hurt. Of course he did. He was a Kamushiku, a leader, a suicide commander. Just to be clear, do we have that? Is that defined in the Planeswalker's Guide? I don't think it's specifically stated. We can assume what it is though. But she doesn't care about that right now. There's a hope light right behind them. Why haven't they killed us? She repeats. She knows the object's there. Object's here. It's not back there. It's on the ship. Put me on, Komasu. Put me on. Captain touches switches. Long-fingered, careful, staring at her the whole time. You're on. Sir Vondam, this is Squire Halia. I'm on board the ship that Flare 3 is tailing. The object is here. I have it. Stop killing the cav. It's here. She waits for Flare 3 to fire, as it must. This is protocol, and you have to obey protocol every time, or it doesn't work. The pale star keeps firing into Taro Duan. Sir Vondam, she repeats. Sir Vondam, this is Squire Halia. Come in. Halia, the voice in her helm was thin and flat. The noise of the lasers exploding the air is interfering with radio. Thank the sun. I thought your armor reported you'd been incapacitated. Sir, cease fire on Taro Duan. I have the object here. I know. We'll keep pace until you kill the crew and force it down. Kill the crew? Sir, we've gone to Protocol 7. Thunderstorm static, cosmic ray static, the throbbing static of lasers cutting the air. So once again, like I think I mentioned this earlier, but also Volendam having white black as the color identity might also show like a bit of conflict with Halia, who at one point it seems like she's green white, so that already shows like maybe a bigger emphasis on like community in a way, like philosophically speaking. But also it may show a conflict between Halia, who's either green white or mono white, depending on where we are, and Volendam, who's always depicted as current, as far as the cards go, as white black. And Volendam might be a bit more ruthless, because like one of the ways that color alignments can manifest is like one color manifesting as the goal and one color manifesting as the way to achieve that goal. So one of the ways white black can manifest sometimes is the idea of, so you have whites, like how white usually operates is like peace through structure, and then how black usually operates is like power through opportunity. But with the if a character is like maybe white black, one of the ways they could operate is like power through structure, which is like trying to achieve power through white means, or what I think is happening so Venom's case, peace through opportunity, which is basically saying using the ends justify the means, using whatever it takes to get for the greater good, whatever it takes to get the greater good, whatever it takes to do the right thing, then justify the means. We might do something bad, but that's for like the greater good. So I think Vandam leans towards this way, in a way that Halia, who does not have black in her identity, does not. Halia is like, we have to do the right things and do things the protocol way, because the ends do not justify the means, which is a bit more like mono white is probably the ends do not justify the means, but white black might be a bit more the ends justify the means, and we should do what it takes to win. Thunderstorm static, cosmic ray static, throbbing static of legions cutting air. Yes, Volendam says, you have destroyed this ship. I've been exposed to the object. My own protections have been disturbed. My past choices have been altered. You said yourself, what if Aphrael reached the object before you reached him? I would have to order your death. We traded places. Now you must order mine. Calmly, Halia. We will retrieve the object and return to Candela and Stasis. Bring down the ship. Sir, you are killing every cav in sight. You are murdering their children. You cannot spare me. Silence. She tries to convince him the way he would try to convince her. What if I'm an Anstreth doubled now? What if I have been adjusted to guarantee the object's escape, and it goes to the Monoliths, and they throw it into Point Prime to the immortal follower, and the whole universe is revised in favor of their cause? I mean, see, I also have to wonder, like, the object doesn't even have a connection to like super voids and black holes, but I'm wondering if it's like actually aligned with the Monoliths in that way. If there's even a 1 in a trillion chance of that, the sum must diminish, sir. It must. If letting me live causes the sum to diminish, you cannot let me live. That is who we are, sir. We great in the sum. Suddenly, Aphrael finds his breath. Forget the sum. Come on, say forget the sum. I did it. I said fuck the plummet. Fuck the faith of my life and my heart. I'm going to live. You can say forget the sum. Just look. What do you see happening here? Is this good? Is this what you wanted to be part of when you were small? So again, we're having like a comparison between Aphrael and Halia, like parallels between like the religion and the idea that both religions are kind of maybe shady. Maybe I wouldn't hang out with them. Shut up, she snarls. You're a coward. You do the bidding of a stone. You don't even know it, but you do. Whose bidding are you doing? The captain asked softly. Look what they're doing back there. She finds herself trying to justify the atrocity before her, just because someone outside the faith has challenged it. You're exploiting the urgency of visible suffering and the limits of human scale sensitivity to compromise the long-term clarity of the sum. Killing she stammers like she's been asked an incident question and has no coherent response. Killing a few thousand people is intuitively wrong, but it's nothing compared to the minute improvement in the possible outcome of struggle over eons. Even a small improvement in the faith's strategic prediction will save more lives than we take here today. So this is what I talked about last time I was reading this, is that the problem I have with the Palatinate is that they view, or I guess more silly the Sumas, I think the Palatinate are like a subset of the Sumas, is that the Sumas view everything as a trolley problem. So they justify anything because they can say, oh, well, we're killing you and we're bombing a city, but that's to save like more people in the future. But it's like a weird like hypothetical trolley problem. Like they view the entire universe as like this one big trolley problem, but it's like a weird hypothetical trolley problem where it's like you can constantly justify what you're doing by saying, well, it could save people, like a hypothetical person in the future. But like, sure, maybe the angels can like quantum calculate and stuff, but like, how can you be sure? It sounds like you're just parroting what people told you. And the Monoliths seem kind of like more like selfish and ruthless, but like at the same time, not to say that the Sumas aren't ruthless, they definitely are, but like I think last time I identified like my two problems with both my problems with both religions. The Sumas view everything as a weird trolley problem and use it to justify terrible behavior, and the Monoliths seem like a bit like I guess they lean towards maybe like the more like a bit more selfishy. But she doesn't believe it. She can't take this poison pill of slaughter, and dilute it down in this big tall glass of eternity until she can't taste it anymore. It's right there. Walls are burning. Look, Tunuk says. Look and see. The cat points at the rear view display. The Pale Star has finished recovering its soldiers. It stands like an obelisk over the smoking ruins of Toro Duend. The pace of its laser fire has lessened, running out of targets. I'm wondering if... I don't think we have Pale Star as a card, but I'm curious. Oh, another card for them added to the next commander set or something. Has finished recovering its soldiers. It stands like an obelisk over the smoking ruin. Well, I forgot to turn my thing on Do Not Disturb, I think. I just do that just so like I don't, in case someone sends me a personal message, I don't want them to be like accidentally exposed or something. Pale Star has finished recovering its soldiers. It stands like an obelisk over the smoking ruin of Toro Duend. The pace of its laser fire is lessened, running out of targets. The display paints a black ball over its stern. The ball swells and becomes an oval, pointing down below. Then it swells to the sides like a bell. The Sundog moves up. Holly doesn't understand. Oh no, the captain moans. Then Holly understands. The Pale Star has ignited its main fusion engine. The Sundog is climbing away from Toro Duend on a nuclear blast. The fire is so bright the screen is censoring out. No, maybe the sensors are censoring it out to protect themselves. Oh, this is the card we were just talking about, so I can't close it, which I probably maybe not the best idea. We'll talk about the art, I guess, though. I don't know how I keep doing that. I'll keep clicking while scrolling. Pale Star. Yeah, it's set to the Palatinate. Well, I was wondering if it had a ship card, because we have like, hold on, because we have like, do we not have like a specific model of ship that's like represented in a card? Whoops. Is it spaceship? I'm trying to remember the exact. I cannot for the. Oh, wait, hold on. I swear I know. Okay. Wait. Ship. Awkward. No, robot. Spacecraft. I can't believe it. I thought it was like called ship or something. That makes type. Because I swear we have like. Do we not have like Hoplite or something as like a card? Because we have like Earthos Scan Ship, which sounds like a type of like ship model, not like a specific ship, right? I guess Dawnsire like is a legendary specifically. We have Rescue Skiff, Samrama, Wedgelight Rammer, Wormhole Sweeper. Still no Hoplite or no. I don't think Hoplite or Pale Star. Yeah. Do you know if any of these cards are Pale Stars, like specifically? Because they don't seem like the Pale Star's description, at least. Because the Pale Star sounds more rocket shaped. It sounds like it has thrusters in the back, and it's like an obelisk of some sort. I'm sure they'll eventually put it in. This is the stuff they usually just put in later, like in later sets. Anyway, here we have Beyond Quiet. 3 generic for 2 white, a sorcery, exile all creatures in spacecraft. As super voids floats on colors washed over them, time stopped. Their souls will experience the grandeur of their demise for eternity. I wonder if this could be. It depends on how this ends. If this ends with Bondam and his crew somehow getting trapped in the black hole, I could see this being. Yeah, I could see something maybe like this being the. I don't think it's like this is confirmed like 100% to be mono, but I could see this being depending on how Servandom dies. Like if Servandom gets like stuck like in a black hole or something, I could see this maybe potentially being what the ship could look like, especially since the thrusters on the back. So if it was like standing straight up, but then like I guess it all you have to also think about where the lasers are coming from. But also, so this art's pretty simple. So interestingly, Superboy's usually like connected to like it's always in the background, but usually when we get like more like emphasis on its gravity and Superboy specifically, it's like black mana stuff. But here it's clearly like white aligned, and they even highlight they make it more like a white card by using this gold like color and highlighting it the accretion disk. Is that what it is? Like the thing that circles a black hole because of all the gravity, and it's glowing. I don't know if it's see, that's the thing. I don't know. I had to go double check. The Pale Star sounds like a little bit more rockety in some like in function, But other than that, I don't really like. I think the Hoplite was like flying overhead, like they can all fly in the atmosphere though. But like the way the Pale Star was able to like stand like an obelisk and then like fire like a like its repulsor down seems more rockety. Do we? I don't think we have a specific description of the Hoplite. I mean, we can try to hold on. I'm not gonna go too far for the back in the episode. If I can't find a description of the Hoplite, we'll just have to save that for another time. But it's not related to the main story, so it doesn't have a story spotlight mark. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I didn't really think about that. Launch the Hoplites and yeah, we don't get a lot of description of the Hoplite either, though. The Hoplite Warmaker. Do we have like a Warmaker or something that we can maybe compare it to? Nah, that's Cav stuff. That's like a Warmaker gunship. I'm not really sure it's comparable, but so here we have this card. They're really emphasizing the fact that it's a white card by using a lot of gold and white bright colors, but they're emphasizing the accretion disk of a black hole, which is, I guess, a kind of clever way to doing it, especially since a black hole is usually going to be connected to black mana magic because magic is really on the nose. They don't want to confuse people by having color coordination that doesn't match with the colors. But it could be the make of the Pale Star. I mean, it's also true. It's kind of hard to tell. Maybe I'll ask one of the writers on a really pedantic question on Twitter or something. Sometimes they do, I think, respond to people if you ask, but I'd have to like go back and double check all the mentions of the Hoplite and the Pale Star before I ask, just so I can. Who wrote this? Seth Dixon. I don't know if they're on Twitter, but or Blue Sky, but they make what's normally like the black holes usually associated with black mana because the magic is really on the nose with this color coordination. It doesn't want to confuse players, so if this thing is called like a black hole or something, it will make it black mana line. But they emphasize the fact this is a white card by making this all gold and white by emphasizing the accretion disk, and which creates like a really powerful contrast between like this bright gold and this like pitch black orb like sucking in with powerful gravity, like blue and purple. Like I assume like the blue is like the Aether in space or something. They use a lot of blue and purple in space. I think there's a lot of Aether in the I think the thing around this that's probably what it's called. What's an accretion disk then? Did I miss? Hold on. A rotating disk of matter formed by accretion around a massive device is a black hole. So it could be an accretion disk, but it could also be, but it's a super void, so it could also be a photon disk. Because a super void is a singularity like a black hole, but it is not a black hole. It's just a singularity. Okay, that's not very helpful. Maybe the Planeswalker's Guide says something. Photons, quirks. Oh, the photon collar. Yeah, so I think if it was a normal black hole, it would be an accretion disk, but I think it's a photon collar because it's a super void, not an ordinary black hole. That rings point prime. Or is that? Hold on. Super voids are ringed by a photon collar. Yeah, it's the photon collar. The body that starts there. This might also be part of how they're able to reignite it with the Dawn-Sire. We know the Dawn-Sire works. It's like a laser that circles it. It gets more powerful. It's like loops around and then hits the ship again, and it fires a more powerful laser continuously. But since there remains of the star, that might be part of it. Yeah, you're right. It is a photon collar. I think it was a normal black hole, it would be an accretion disk. But because it's not a normal black hole, it's a super void. It's a photon collar, and that's like the distinction. Because we do know like normal black holes exist in this universe. They do mention one explicitly, I believe, in the yeah, a singular super void, a singularity with unusual properties, distinct from a true black hole, and that it has a photon collar that continues to emit light. So a normal black hole in this universe would not have an accretion disk. But here we have the photon collar, and once again, magic is really unsubtle because it loves its connection to like using light, specifically like white and like gold light for a lot of the white line cards. And here we have like this blue and purple. I keep talking about this, like I think this is usually like Aether and stuff because we know there seems to be like a lot of Aether and stuff just floating in space, kind of like how Kaladesh has like Aether floating around in skies. Although I don't know if Kaladesh has a space, but it could also represent, because we know like could also be meant to invoke the idea of like a sky, because the sky tends to be blue to like dark purple to like black. Obviously a lot of the sky usually looks black to a lot of places because of light pollution, but usually it'd have like a bunch of stars, so probably look a bit more purpley or like really dark blue. And if you pay really close attention to the sky, it usually does look kind of dark blue. So this could be Aether or just meant to invoke the like the blue and purple could just be meant to invoke like space and conscious, especially to like the more black, like more common blackness you see is depicted in space. And then here we have like what are clearly Suma's ships, like gold and white, getting sucked in, and but this ship escaping. So I guess the name here could be Beyond the Quiet in the sense that like they're pulling like a move where like they're being sucked into the silence of the void, and these persons are escaping. And then I mean, not much to say. It's interesting. The ship is like shaped like a blade. Like obviously the Sumas have a strong like knight, but also like a knight theme, like knights and battles and like blades. So the ship itself is shaped like a blade. And then interesting that they have this little orb. I wonder if that's meant to like invoke like a sun, because we know they're all about reigniting stars. So I wonder if like symbolically it's like a golden orb in the same way the star looks like a giant like yellow ball in the sky. And white and gold. And obviously they have like little details, like you can see like little particles and stuff, like, or I guess we just photons. You can see like what I assume are photons or whatever else might be also be caught in here spinning around. Interesting. There's like almost like a contrast here, like with the gold here. I think it's kind of brown here, brown and black. I think it's kind of like bluey gray here. From that point on, almost like this ship is escaping into another world. Like this is like the realm of the super void and the quiet and the silence and whatever. And then the ship is literally pointing out, like it's almost like escaping, like it's like it's like a needle or a rocket just coming out of from this little like a symbolic atmosphere as opposed to like a literal like planet atmosphere into like this space. So based on what they explain, I don't think the dawn side relies on the photon caller. No, it doesn't. It relies on the laser shooting around. So how the laser works is like they kind of shoot it. I think it's using like the Hawking, the principle they were talking about, where it shoots it and it loops around the black hole, and then it wraps back around, hits the ship again, and then they can fire, and they can use the power from that laser to fire another more powerful laser. And they continuously do that over and over and over until they have enough power to reignite the star. It's probably not the best explanation of it, because it sounds like what they're doing is they're doing like the Hawking thing, because the Hawking had like pairs of two, and then the black hole can still like release energy. I think that's what they're going with. I'm not sure if I fully understood that, but the way I understood is that they were firing a laser. The gravity, the black hole bends light, so the laser loops around the black hole, and then it hits a point in the dawn sire, which collects the energy, and then they fire again a more powerful laser, and they progressively fire more and more powerful lasers over and over and over again. I mean, that makes more sense. The ball swells and becomes an oval point. Blah, blah, blah. The pale star has ignited its main fusion engine. The sun dog is climbing away from Toro Duend on a nuclear blast. The fire is so bright that the screen is censoring out. No, maybe the sensors are censoring it out to protect themselves. The Sunstar Faith has given birth to a new sun. Those cab buried deep enough to survive the radiation will be strangled as the oxygen burns away. Tunnock roars in grief. The rock, Aphrael cries. Would that imply they're using nuclear fusion? Because the sun uses nuclear fusion as opposed to nuclear fission, which is like how we normally make nuclear energy in our world. That makes more sense. The rock, Aphrael cries. Let me get it, Captain. Let me stop this. I can get rid of I can make it so this never happened. It won't work, Sammy says. It didn't work on Sigma, and it won't work here. You'll just make a ghost town. Everyone gone, but we won't even remember why. What if there was a choice that didn't hit the sum, that didn't hit the sum, that didn't point to the most probable good in the longest term, but you were still sure it was right, necessary, good? The way Halia knows that this eradication is evil. So once again, we do have like this a bit like one of White's weaknesses that can be a bit like black and white in its thinking. So this idea of like objective good and evil sometimes like leaves very little room for gray areas. Although in this case, it may not be a bad thing because they are massacring people. So the static. But obviously, from the Sumist, they are seeing things in a very black and white view, which is that these people are bad because they're tainted. We got to kill them all, in a very unnuanced view of the world. Static floods the radio, the radiation, the fusion drive, and its fireball. But she says anyway, "Sir, kill me. If this object is worth so much, if the sum requires it, I protect the innocent, and I must die before the innocent. It's ridiculous to kill them all while letting me live. It's hypocritical. If they must die, then kill me too. Kill me too. Kill me too." No answer but the roar. After a little while, Captain Sammy says, "May I take this as your permission to make my escape?" Tunnock has controlled the ship's communication lasers, but they can only talk to something in line of sight. And Cavalron, of course, has no satellites. They last about as long as a wildebeest in a worm run. But Tunnock has found something else. 40 kilometers around the southern horizon is an armored Stratosat balloon. Caveron before uses them to monitor Caveron that is, provide a tenuous communications link, and spot targets for the guns. 10x submits a request. The code's pulled up from the Subadar's armor clear. The first line is a blorp from the Seriama's aftermarket ESM package. The electronic surveillance monitor has detected a new radar illuminating them. Someone high above is taking their picture. The Seriama electronics complain. The lights flicker and dim. The radar is so powerful it hits like an electromagnetic pulse. Aboard the Sundog, they understand at once what is happening. A laser flicks out and kills the Stratosat. Sammy dumps the Seriama's remaining fusion drive reaction mass straight into the pursuing Hoplite's face. The Hoplite jinks vertically on a stab of thrust, reacquires the target and light. The guns of Caveron fire. The laser emitters are on Caveron before, but they can bounce off winged mirrors waiting in the stratosphere, reflective angels cruising forever on enormous nuclear power jets. In a stroke of wonderful irony, the mirrors have recently been upgraded with materials gifted by the Sumas colony on Adagia. So once again, we do have we do know, it seems like the Adagia is like a strong connection like mirrors. I think it's referred to as the mirror world at least once, which again is like that association that white has with light generally. The idea of like reflection and light. And it obviously is a bit of like irony or like, I guess, whatever you want to call it, karma, justice, and the fact that like they're being hypocrites. And since thematically, since they've like basically broken their own code or been hypocritical to it and killed innocents, they're being done by like their own equipment, basically. The Hoplite, call sign Flare 3, flashes up white. The airfoil burns away. The ship's via locks the pilot and systems operator in a crystal field and commands an emergency maximum gravity evasion. But the fusion engine fatally exposed by its angle misfires and destroys itself along with the fighter's entire tail. This serves to throw the fighter out of the beam, but renders it incapable of any further service to the sum. The Via blows the crew capsule clear and broadcasts out its last stanzas of telemetry with gusto. It has always dreamed of crashing into the face of an alien world. I'm sure it has. Tenek roars in furious vengeance. Now get the big one, Sammy says. The guns stab down again, but this time they miss. The Sundog has jammed the radar. Sammy keeps the Seriama straight and level and hugs the ground. The Sundog is going up, so her horizon is expanding. She can see more and more of the planet every moment, more and more of their escape. But there are storms in the way and wind-blown glass. Anything that makes the laser shot harder. Go up, Tan urges. Get us into space. Not yet. The world falls away beneath them, but Sammy keeps the nose down, keeps them low. 10 times the speed of sound. 11, 12. The Seriama roars and shudders. What's happening? Raphael shouts. Halia seems frozen in place. We're escaping, Sammy says. Where's the rock? She made me leave it in the hold. Good. Wouldn't want the damn thing taking all the credit. That's a very cunning rogue, like Han Solo. Maybe not exactly Han Solo, but like in that kind of archetype, like confident like space pilot rogue who's just like, good. We don't want that to get all the credit. Escape is still fundamentally impossible. The Sundog knows it. The 3 surviving Hoplites know it, and the Seriama has no fusion drive. Give the Seriama 2 weeks of headway, and the Sundog would still catch them. All it has to do is get rid of the threats of the guns. But Sammy doesn't need days or weeks. Sammy just needs 2 quick hands. Turn at their side in 100 kilometers of altitude. Here we go, Sammy breathes, and they let the ship do what it wants. Go straight. The world falls away beneath them. Yeah, which makes sense because the world, like the planets are circular, so obviously they're curved. So the reason Sammy was keeping the nose pointed down is to stay like going around the planet as opposed to straight off into space. Sammy launches into space. Blue becomes deep black. They cut thrust. Everyone drifts. The Mordred ring is ahead of them and below. They will pass above its thickest equatorial bands. Sammy reaches down under their flight console and yanks on a control covered in sticky tape labeled "Do Not Touch." Of course, it's just like has some sticky tape. The Seriama polar sail unfolds from its storage and opens before the ship. It is a blossom of carpet mesh covered in atom-thick sheen of mirrored film. With the help of fancy electronics, the sail can capture the energy of nuclear detonations and use them to pull the Seriama along. But the fancy electronics are broken. So it sounds kind of like the concept of like a solar sail, which is like using like the I want to say like solar storms, but I think it's might be more generally I'm just gonna look it up. How's the solar? Except it seems like they're obviously like they're using like a nuclear blast. Using radiation pressured by sunlight. I mean, maybe slightly different because I'm not sure you want to put a nuke next to that. That's fine. What Sammy needs is the mirror interior surface of the sail, the perfect reflective shine of knit carbon. Ready, they call. The ESM blorps urgently. The guns of Cameron are locking on this. Are locking on the Seriema, but the guns are first and foremost not weapons. They are movers, lifters, boosters, and when their energy beams converge on Seriema's sail, carefully diffused to avoid melting right through it, they push the little ship. The sail glows a cheerful cherry red as the Seriema crosses the Morgan ring and glides out into the interplanetary dark. It does seem like a type of solar sail, but it doesn't work on radiation. Radiation percent. With solar sails, basically as long as there's light pushing on it. What's within a solar system? It could be a type of solar sail. The Pale Star fighters are still faster. On fusion drives, they could catch up, but by now every ship in the Caveron Memorial Navy is swarming out over Caveron. That is looking for the authors of the atrocity captured on Seriema's cameras. Yeah, not a good look. So the Seriema glides away into the dark with 2 new passengers, an item of cargo, and a busted fusion drive. A bullet fired into space with no way home. Revision 14, Malamass. Is this what was the last revision? Because sometimes the revisions are have the same names. I mean, they're both like, I mean, they're different names, but like, yeah, it was also revision 14. So a different perspective. Yeah, it seems like more advanced solar sail. Because it said they were going to use nuclear blast, but it was using lasers, which should be pure light. So it seems like it works like a solar sail, and that it's using like light to propel, like the radiation light to propel itself. Captain Sammy declares that all their new passengers are guests under the protection of Malamass. That stops Afro and Halia from trying to kill each other. You can't just violate Malamass. Did we hear about that? Was that mentioned in the short story with the one AI? I don't remember if that was. And what is this? Why do I have this open? Oh, I was looking for something here. Because there is a side story. Whoops. No, I thought they mentioned it there. There was like some sort of agreement here with the monoist and the sumist there, but it might have been something different, just unmentioned. Alia still punches through a wall and trips a lot of circuit breakers, microwaving the others when they try to stop her. This is not a very good Malamass behavior. Their thrusters stop, they float. Tunic roars, blood splatters from a striped spine. Stop, the booster leaders have gone out. If we can't repair the fusion drive before the free company catches us, we are all stake. So take your gangly human spine out of my cockpit while I talk to the Seriema and inventory the damage. I suggest the galley's got plenty of room since the rest of the crew quit. She's going to kill us all, Afriel says. She's done it once already. You're under Malamass, you nihilist. I can't leave them unsupervised, the captain says, but you need... Yes, I need you here, Tunuk says, but right now I want you here. We just saved ourselves. Yeah, I get it. Halia doesn't get it. On the way out, Sammy looks back and says, hey, Tan, we saved these losers too. Can I find that one meme where it's like, like everyone else is weird, thank God I'm the only one, like I'm the only normal person here. And it's... Hold on. Surely. Just take me to my archive. See if I can find it. Here we go. This is everyone right now. Wow, these people are so weird. Thank God I'm the only normal person here. I've been bringing this meme up every chance I get. Anyway, Alia keeps mumbling the litany of dawn. Praise the dawn light, praise for the morning as it rises. So we rise. Praise the dawn light, burn our families. As the cab burn, watch the smoke rise. No, stop. So once again, emphasis on light imagery, which we see with a lot of like White Line factions. She feels against all reason that as long as she can remember the litany, she is still herself and not Anstruth, not amended by the object to suit his purpose. Why didn't Vondam kill her? How could he kill all those cav in the name of containing the object and let her fly away carrying the object? Is she worth more than thousands of cav? So this is also once again like a difference between like maybe a color like white and black might conflict, where it's like white basically saying like you usually always want to save like as many people as possible, but like outside like a few outliers, but black is like I might be a bit selfish and save who's closest to me. No, she can't be. The sum can't work out that way. So either Vondam is wrong, or the sum is wrong, or she is wrong. She has to find out which one. That is her new objective. She must discover this catastrophic breakdown in alignment between her morality and Von Emcher's choices is her problem. His problem or a problem with the entire faith? Honestly, very, very self-introspective. I'll give her credit for that. Did the object arrange all this to allow it to escape? Did it cause her to go down in pursuit of Aphrael so that Vondam, with a hole in his brain, not thinking clearly, would be unable to kill her? Is she now part of Inavita's scheme to feed the universe into black holes? Shouldn't she immediately destroy herself and all those about her by the most violent means available? That's what the Anathomanic says. Instead, she sits in her armor on a beanbag in the Siriama's gallery. The beanbag is strapped down. She uses her armor to generate a gentle down thrust. The captain rummages through a tiptoe refrigerator for something to drink. The nothing worshipper stares at her. Funny that she calls him like a nothing worshipper, like it's maybe she just means it neutrally, but it sounds like an insult. Like, but if they're worshiping literally anything else except for the Suma's faith, you would probably be just as like cold, give him as much of the cold shoulder. She will never recite the litany of dawn with Sir Vonam again. She'll never clean him and dress him in his hemissaries and arm for service. She will never wake up aboard the Candela to eat in the reflectory with her bind. She'll never speak to any of them again, except perhaps at summary court-martial, where they will give testimony to her character. She'll never stand on the observation deck and search for the gleam of Adegia's mirrors in the dark. She'll never be... So, are we told the point of the mirrors are? I kind of assume they were like... We know they have like wind... Something that like spins with wind. They kind of look like they could be solar panels, but I'm wondering if like maybe the mirror serves some other purpose. But because we were told about wind powered, yeah. But like, do they serve some other purpose? All I know is it's windy mostly. Which we know also white sometimes has connections like wind and flyers, at least. Not as much as blue though, but like I think for the similar reasons probably. She'll never be a Sunstar company, not Sunstar Knight of the Free Company. She'll never be commended to the Regent Maximum or to return to the world after the this winter to show the bunker dwellers what a shut-out, written-off child left in the cold to die could achieve. I mean, her world sounds interesting. It sounds like a post-apocalypse. Oh, that would also make sense. Cause like, yeah, that would make sense. Well, we know there's also artificial mirrors, but I think there probably are also natural occurring mirrors. She will not receive the illumination of the Stele like coronal captain dark fringes upon bands of light and through an narrow slot. She did remember his name. Also, I'm wondering if Slat's like is that like what that means, like a short... Oops. Like the idea is that like Slat can be like can allow like a bands of light through a narrow slot. I don't know. Captain Slat, she says. Sammy the captain says it's an Asoho name. Never gotten Slats before. No, not you. The captain on the Dawn-Sire. What's the Dawn-Sire? She stares at Sammy. The greatest feat of engineering in Sothera, aside from Sothera itself, Aphrael says. No, Hylia maps. The power to undo this Sekar is obviously a greater feat than crunching up a star to a hole. Oh god. What's the... I think I put... Hold on. Can we bring up the One Piece pie scene? Like... It's just this. This is them. This cherry pie is so good I could die. This cherry pie is so bad I could die. This cherry pie is so good I could die. Sammy weighs them to a halt. Wait, undo Sekar? Are you talking about turning Sothera back into a real sun? Aphrael, I thought you made that up to frighten the cab. It's real. These Luxatics have a super weapon that can destroy black holes. Reignite them into healthy main sequence stars. Healthy? The star is about to nova. You sure about that? Obviously, we wouldn't let it nova, she snaps, although she has no idea. Yeah, you're just making, like... It kind of sounds like they would... It kind of sounds like they were the kind of faction that would probably let it nova. But at least those create something. Dead cab? Is that what you're here to create? She has the urge to microwave him. Captain Sammy has found a pouch of something and is now sipping at it while watching them with fascination. Mallow, Hylia says, a bit arcly, if you've heard of it, yeah, Alfrael says. I'm parched. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I've been alone on this thing too long. Sammy leans over the fridge and tosses a 20-second stream of packaged food and drinks at them. It's all old. Halia snatches a pouch of commentary water. Alfrael snags what looks like licorice flavored throat medicine. The stuff they don't catch bounces around the galleon's zero gravity. Sammy drifts upside down and sucks on an unlabeled pouch. So what about Captain Slats? She had forgotten and has to run back along the miserable track of her thoughts. He let Alfrael go. Alfrael was a prisoner. He was a suicide commander sent to destroy the Dawnsire. Which is the Super Void Destroyer? Sun Resurrector, Halia says, just as Alfrael says yes. I'm loving the dynamic here between like there's like such opposing ideas. Like they both know like certain stuff is true, but how they describe it is so funny. Like how different it is. It's just an interesting play with perspective, and probably a really good character study too. Sammy makes a decisive chop with their hands. No more bickering at my Malamash table. You are under guest right, so respect your host. Now, Alfrael, I'm assuming from your failure to die that your mission did not succeed. Together, the two of them explain to Captain Sammy how they came to Caveron. Alfrael is aborted Sekar and his capture and release. Sir Vonum's brief death and partial recovery. Sir Vonum's belief that Alfrael could only have been released under the malign influence of an object. The object now in stasis in Seriama's hold. The object that Halia was supposed to contain at all costs. She gives her pendulum a flick. She barely cares anymore. What's the object going to do to her? Make her into someone who has no regrets about what she's done? You may have murdered a lot of Cav on your way down, Sammy tells Alfrael. Your ship irradiated them. I'm sorry, Alfrael says. The Vi said it was the only way I could survive. A suicide burn to stop the ship and a crystal field to survive the crash. This is ridiculous, Halia says. Alfrael didn't murder anyone. We shot a ship down. If it irradiated someone on its way down, that's ultimately our responsibility. He's not responsible for the dead Cav at Turo Duend. Either. We are. So, interesting that she's defending him here. They both watch her quietly, a little nervously, as if she may be about to detonate. Maybe she is. She's working the sum in her head, letting the situation out cleanly and adding it all up. I wonder if there's the sum is like an equation, because we know like the angels can like quantum computate. I'm wondering if there's like a giant equation somewhere. Like is there a book is there just like a book that's kind of like somewhat analogous like a Bible or whatever you want to say, like a tome that has just like a long equation of what the sum is that only an angel could probably understand. I haven't seen this object do anything sinister at all, she says. I saw it maybe save your life, you, Captain, and your first mate. I think I remember killing you, just like we killed everyone else in Turo Duend. If we hadn't intervened, all the Cav in Turo Duend would still be alive, and you'd be off to, what is it you're doing anyway? How did you find this object? Long story, Sam says. It involves a wizard. A lot of wizards. How many wizards are in this set? I mean, Magic the Gathering, but how many wizards are in this set? Oh... Oh, really? Oh, wait. Typo. Only like 5, 6. I guess Magic usually has more. I'm not expecting to be the more. It's a sci-fi set, but interesting. It's interesting that Sammy makes that remark. Like wizards, like, yeah, you know how it is. You catch like a rare wizard like every once in a while. It's just weird shit. She's still figuring out her own story, her new perspective on it. Vondan was obeying the sum. At every step, he obeyed it. He didn't trust himself, so he made himself a vessel for the sum. The sum commanded him to obliterate that settlement. And I can't find a way by the sum that it was wrong, but it was wrong. I know it. Even if those Cav had all been ontologically wrong, blind, subtractive, so what? What could they do against the power of the Celestial Palatinate and the Free Company? We are great, and they were small. We could have waited until they did something actively evil destroyed them. We could have found a better way. It would have been right to spare them. How can that be? How can it be something that's against the sum, but still right? So one of the things about like white philosophy in general, too, is that one of the differences between white and blue, not that blue doesn't have like a morality or anything, it's just that white has this idea that like you can't explain everything, and sometimes good things are good or bad just because they kind of like are, or because like there's like or because like it's self-evident in a way. So I think we're seeing a bit of that here with like Halia, where it's just kind of like, well, it's self-evident that's bad, which is a very interesting like take. Like you could easily make that as like a critique of white philosophy, like a critique of the white character, but here it's a very interesting like how it can be like a positive trait almost. Like that was fucked up. There's no way around that. You can't like calculate your way. Oh, but I brought up blue because I was mainly like drawing a difference between like white and blue's philosophies. Is like blue maybe more willing to like being more philosophically willing to like crunch the numbers and stuff. Not that white never does that, and clearly Vonum is doing that in white black. So and it's not to say that I think the Palatinate's blue. It's just that even people within the same color alignment can have disagreements. Like even if Vondan was mono white or something, even two white characters cannot get along. They can have different ideas of what is morally correct. How can it be wrong to save 4 million lives? Sammy asked, looking toward the cockpit. If it weren't for you, I'd never have come here. Halia tells Afriel, "You wait." Afriel says suspiciously, "I thought you just realized everything was your fault." If you want to take the blame, I'm not complaining. If it weren't for you, I'd never have seen the sum call for something I know is wrong. So I wouldn't know. But maybe I only think this because I'm Anshreth. Oh, walls. She throws a can of frozen tomato juice, but she's still wearing her armor, so it goes up through the bulkhead and lodges in a storeroom. That's some good armor. Sammy hisses like a cat. Stop knocking holes in my ship. Afriel, yeah, also, I bet Tanuk isn't going to like that. Afriel's still staring at her, raises his tiny pouch of black licorice treat, drinking toast. To make twins, he says, two are failing our sacred duty. She microwaves him, only for a moment. He yells. Tom and Jerry fucking ass characters. I've reached a decision, she says. We need to destroy the object. It poisons everything. Oh, no, you don't, Sammy cries. Then I'll have nothing for the metal man and I'll be finished. He'll kill me, or worse, send my ship to the scrapyard. What is it you do? Afriel asks. Me? Sammy presses a finger to their tight vested chest. I look for my cat. Hold on. Can I bring up like the This is Sammy. Well, I'm gonna post this on a Discord. This is actually pretty fun. I'm posting this on Discord. Give me a second. Anyway. Your cat, Halia repeats. Yeah, Miri. I got a picture of her. Do you seen her? Also, I think I already talked about this, but Miri does have the same name as like a previous Magic the Gathering character. I don't think this is literally Miri from like old time Magic, but there is a cat person named Miri from like Dominaria. I've got a picture. So I wonder if that's an intentional reference. So I wouldn't be surprised. I got a picture here. Have you seen her? They crowd in to look. No, Halia says. I'm sorry. There are a lot of cats on Idegia. They like the sun. Cute cat, Afriel offers. Where'd you lose her? How long ago? Halia doesn't like how ordinary he sounds. People who turn stars into abscesses in reality should not be permitted to care about cats. So once again, we have this like, you kind of have like this exploration of like the dehumanization of other factions, like the two like religious factions are putting each other through, and also maybe a bit once again a bit of like the white alignment coming through. Was like this idea of like black and white morality, like overly simplistic, like this is good and this is evil. And it's just like even evil people have like lives. Like they're not like, even monsters like, you know, gotta eat and they probably have friends. It's not like it's like she built them because it's like she's built them up in her head. It's like just like these evil people just sitting around like scheming and twirling mustaches. And it's like, well, they have friends and like things they care about. Several years on Utheros, Sammy says, staring at the picture. Something startled her. She went to walk, and she went farther than I've ever seen than I've ever heard of a cat going. We couldn't find her locator, not on the station. None of the stations nearby. She must still be in Sothera, right? The Drix can walk between stars, but a cat, not a cat, right? So also interesting that both the cats and Drix are like the only ones that can naturally weft walk. I didn't really think about that. I knew the Drix could weft walk and cats from this point can weft walk. Although clearly Drix are obviously better about it, because I guess they can be more like thoughtful about how they're doing it and use like techniques specific to them. I'll help you look for the cat, Halia says. It's what knights do in stories. So again, we get knights in like a lot of colors these days, but knights are like, I think, usually a bit more white leaning generally in Magic. They usually represent them because like the idea of like the chivalrous loyal knight, etc., etc. But we also get a lot of black knights for like more like literally black knight archetype as opposed to the white knight archetype. She looks defiantly at both of them, but they can't see her face. She feels stupid and alone. Yeah, Afriel. So probably a bit of interesting guilt she feels about like, I guess like everyone's been there. Like if you believe something and they're like, oh, I'm so stupid for believing this. Yeah, Afriel says, why not? I don't have any plans. I'll help you find your cat. Maybe the rock can help find it. We're destroying it, Halia says. In the span of a few days, it has utterly seized control of her life. She has wasted her chance to be a Solar Knight, but she will not waste the chance to at least destroy the cause of her fall. No, we're not, Sammy says with a surprising amount of command. We're giving it to the Metal Man. Then he'll help me get the ship fixed up, and I'll find a new crew and look for work to do everywhere in Sothera. From the wormhole all the way into your houses on Adegi and Anuki. And Miri will be at one of those places. She has to be. I don't think they're going to stop chasing it, Afriel says. The Free Company. He's right. The Sarium may have slipped away from the Sundog, but she's adrift in space. It's only a matter of time before a telescope picks up her heat. We could ask for sanctuary with my people, Afriel begins. No, Halia barks. But I did flee from a suicide mission, then failed to report to the monastery. We destroy it. I'm wearing the armor here. I have the monopoly on force. What? That's kind of like an ass. If you're barbaric enough to violate guests, right. We're not doing any of that, Sammy says, stretching fetchingly. Halia suspects they're doing it on purpose. The Metal Man will take care of everything. Who is this Metal Man? Afriel asked. He's a human made of metal. A cyborg, Halia supposes? I think this is a debate we've had about... well, not a debate, but a conversation we've had like on Radley's server. Is like, does Tezzeret count as a cyborg? I guess depends. I personally, I guess, wouldn't really count it. I mean, is he a machine? Like, okay, so he got upgraded with like Phyrexian metal. Like, I guess I gotta read up. I don't know if he's like manipulating the metal. At least previously, if he was manipulating the metal, it's kind of hard to tell if he's classified as a cyborg or not. Sammy wobbles their hand. I thought he was a cyborg, but he disagrees. So yeah, I mean, whether he's a cyborg or not is honestly kind of debatable. It depends on how you define a cyborg. Because I guess saving this for later. I guess it depends on who you ask. Because I assume his body is moving through magic. It is Phyrexian shit, so maybe a bit of science in there. But I assume the reason he thinks he's not a cyborg is because he's moving himself through magic, and we know he's mental manipulation powers, but I'm not 100% sure. Sammy wobbles their head. I thought he was a cyborg, but he disagrees. Hold on, I'm gonna discard it. So Afriel says impatiently, an android, a Vi who thinks it's an android, a mecha with illegal programming. No, Sammy says, taking options off with her fingers. No, not that either. Well, Halia demands. Sammy smiles a slow secret smile. I told you, he's a wizard. We looked at wizards. Is there... Hold on. So Drix Wizard, which makes sense to me because like Drix are kind of like weird and sense themselves. Angel Wizard makes sense because angels are like kind of like these like cosmic beings. We don't have a lot of wizards. I don't think it's like a necessarily contradiction. We don't have a lot of wizards. I'm just curious as to like if there's any like thematic, like if the only wizard in the set were Drix, that would be like make a lot of sense to me because it'd be like, oh, like Drix aren't like something like the common person maybe interacts with a lot, and or if the only wizard was like the only wizards are angels, that would also make sense. But we do have some like human wizards and jellyfish wizards. It just doesn't seem like being a wizard's that common though. On the Edge, at least purely based on the set we have right now. That might change. And then again, and again, it's important to point out that Sammy did state that slivers were not real, and we know slivers are real. In one of the previous episodes, I don't remember which one. I have to go back and look. I think it was like 2 or something. Two. No. Slivers make the sense, but of course slivers aren't real. So Sammy is not perfectly reliable because we know there are 100% slivers in the Edge. So I swear there was a sliver. No, there is like a sliver pool. Hold on. Sliver type equals sliver type equals mutant. Not Sliver Overlord. Hold on. I can't believe that. Any other creature type? Wait. Oh, I don't think they don't have actual magic. I just think Wizard fits better with them. And Tetherer did also mention in the Planeswalkers guide that the Edge seems like more primitive in regards to Magic. Like they're really good technologically. So here's this card's an Edge of Eternities. Thrumming Sidepool. This confirms, like, for example, there are slivers. Affinity for slivers. Slivers you can draw like create 2 sliver tokens. So there are slivers in this plane. What I was gonna say. Tezzeret does also mention that like the Edge is like very primitive in regards to Magic, even though they're very technologically advanced. Like most other planes are presumably have better understanding of Magic than this plane, but like the trade-off is that obviously they're better with technology and they're more reliant on it. So that could also be part of it. Like maybe Tezzeret's Magic, even though there are wizards in this plane, maybe Tezzeret's Magic is just like on a whole another level, like that compared to the average person on like the Edge. Like a wizard on the Edge may still rely more on technology and stuff, and a wizard in other places might be more magically inclined, but it might be in one of the notes. Hold on. Notation. Why can't I? Something bigger thing. Okay, your universe's primitive understanding of Magic will be to our benefit. So it depends. Like you could argue maybe Tezzeret's just being a bit of an asshole. Maybe he's over exaggerating a bit, but it kind of seems like based on. But you can at least imply that like the Edge isn't. The Edge's understanding of Magic is like less advanced than other planes, or at least most other planes, with the trade-off being they're way better with technology, so they're more reliant on technology. So it could also just be that because Tezzeret's from another plane, he's like Magic and like wizardry is just weird in comparison to like the Edge. So that is my. I'm gonna start drafting. I'm gonna start drafting Edge of Eternities now. I guess the most likely explanation is that there are wizards. There's Legends of. Hold on, is that a thing? Back up. I'm gonna do that today because I'm already late. I might say that for tomorrow, but hold on. I don't think I have read this. Okay, we're gonna save this for tomorrow. I'm not gonna draft today. Thank you for letting me know, Silas. I will be reading this tomorrow. Actually, how long is it? And we can just put it in here. Actually, we might be able to read it. How long? I think it's mostly images. Here we have slivers. Okay, hold on. We'll just read this now. Actually, why not? Because it looks like it's mostly pictures. Legends of Edge of Eternity. So they're a solar system on the fringes of the known universe, lies at the heart of an internal conflict between entropy and expansion. So entropy being the monoliths, I believe, and expansion, I guess, would be the Sumis and their desire to embrace entropy or to keep the universe going. During this conflict, various factions vie for control. Alien peoples attempt to forge a new home for themselves. Corporations and freelancers exploiting the chaos, and an interstellar bureaucracy trying desperately to keep the peace. So again, I still have a lot of questions about the Pinnacle. It's very interesting that we haven't heard a lot about the Pinnacle, because all things considered, we don't know a lot about the Pinnacle. They have this mysterious relationship with the Drix, and it's hard to tell if the Pinnacle are genuinely like good people, like a good faction, in the same way it's like Star Trek's like Starfleet or something, where like you should trust them, or if it's like is like sort of there's like something shady beneath the surface happening, and should they not be trusted? Because we get more honestly about how the people feel about the Pinnacle than we do about like the Pinnacle's inner workings itself so far. So I'm curious about that. I kind of expect that'll be explored some other time. Probably not in this set. Enter an unlikely crew from all walks of Sothera, many of whom would kill each other without a second thought, but weren't for a mysterious artifact manipulating their fates. This ragtag band of scoundrels and soldiers is making a name for themselves in this contested system. Let me close Magic. I'm gonna. And we put together a guide to some of the Sothera's most famous and infamous faces. If you're curious about the story of the entire story of Magic the Gathering, MTG, looking for a breakdown of the inner workings of their system and its citizens, Planeswalker's Guide to Edge of Eternities will tell you everything you need to know about the survival of the Edge, and always make yourself useful not to be spared. Edge of Eternities releases on August 1st. Yeah, it's already released. Okay. I've already talked about some of the art here, so I'm probably not going to go over like all the art. The Legend of Edge of Eternities, Tezzeret, Human Wall, Chaos Wall Ejecta. So I think it's referring to, human Chaos Wall Ejecta. I think it's referring to the fact that so the implication seems to be that the edge exists on like the outside of like the multiverse, like a sort of like it's like on the edge of the multiverse. And it seems like people will talk about like there might be something within the Chaos Wall, which is just like how do I explain it? Let's go to the Planeswalkers. It'll probably be easier. There's the implication that not only does a pocket dimension exist from the Chaos Wall, but there might be where all the other parts, all the other planes are. So the Chaos Wall Ejecta is probably referring to the fact that he's a Planeswalker. So he literally came out of the Chaos Wall in a sense. Chaotic Ejecta is the most common. Pinnacle is captured recordings of a handful of colossal energy bursts being used. And I believe entire universe is not yet mapped, blah blah blah. Scramble barrier, recombined power, impossible to observe. This is colloquially known as the Chaos Wall. Is the Chaos Wall but obviously the Chaos Wall is less always the edge of the space defies properties known to the okay, so basically if I remember correctly, the edge is shaped like a donut. What I'm trying to remember is I'm trying to remember if stuff is pouring out of the Chaos Wall. That's what's causing the universe to expand. But the edge is basically a donut. The edge looks like this. This is like real space. This is like the physical space you can travel through, right? And then in the middle of that is the Chaos Wall, and presumably there's a pocket, like a pocket universe, but not only pocket universe, but this is like potentially where all the other planes like sit, probably in here somewhere. And then outside of the on the edge is the Quiet Wall. Like the Quiet Wall would be like this, like around here. So I'm just trying to remember what the Chaos Wall does. It has a place, and I believe you travel through the Chaos Wall when you're fast light traveling. The second pocket universe to the boards of the Chaos Wall. FTL necessitates piercing the Chaos Wall. Suggesting that there is some form of space or other melee of creation behind the wall. Are really barriers. So I believe like I want to say like the universe is like coming out of like it's expanding. I'm not sure if that's what the Chaos Wall is causing that. In contrast to the hard border of the Chaos Wall, this edge of space defies knowledge by outpacing observation. The border where observation crumbles, perhaps to provide a sense of structure to laypersons. It is colloquially called the Quiet Wall. The edge exists between these two extremes: the raw destructive power of creation and the slow quiet death of entropy. So yeah, the Chaos Wall seems to be what's causing the universe to expand, but also it also seems like the multiverse is within the Chaos Wall, or what they call the Chaos Wall. Observation, scale barrier. And it kind of seems like it's getting bigger, but it seems like a donut getting bigger. Like I don't think it's like stretching per se, or at least at the rate it's stretching, it is like getting more like mass in the physical real space and not just getting thinner. No, I would not. All right, Captain. I already talked about Tezzeret. I think I talked about both these arts. So very interesting bit, like gold in contrast to like all the silver and dark colors, like gold, and the gold is like especially bright near his head, like almost like to emphasize, and like his hand here, like to emphasize, like to bring your attention to his head. This is one thing actually I made an entire article on, is like how planeswalkers like kind of they peek out of their frame, and they're like the only in normal Magic, like where we're disregarding like all like alternate card arts, like fancy like special promo cards. Like in default Magic, planeswalkers are the only cards that have this effect where they stick out of the wall, like out of the frame. And this is, and I talked about this before in an article, but like the idea is that like this sort of represents a Planeswalker having a certain amount of freedom. Like so, before disregarding Omen Paths, if you're a normal creature, you're basically stuck in what like the quote unquote frame. And the idea is here this shows like the planeswalker having a level of freedom. Like they're not just stuck within the within a snapshot of the plane or within the scene. They can leave the scene at any time because they can planeswalk away. And here same, like it's also picking up the image, but interestingly here everything else is like this like pale white, like these pale colors, in contrast to Tezzeret, which is like a lot more dark shapes and like actually filled in color, and then everything else is sort of like pale and like less detailed. And here there seems to be some sort of glow, and this glow I think I mistakenly speculated that it could be Halo. I don't think it's just like Aether or some magic. And Tezzeret, I think the blue and purples reference like Tezzeret. Tezzeret's like historically been usually Dimir and like blue black in coloration. I think I'm not sure the colors really reflects any sort of ideological change so much as it reflects he's now an artifact and it's there for like to show like some sort of development. Following the Phyrexian invasion, Tezzeret had acquired everything he wanted, freedom to be his own master, and an indestructible body of Darksteel to keep it that way. However, Tezzeret's travels have brought him to an unexpected destination. He was ejected from the Blind Journeys by methods still unknown. Tezzeret thrives in the Edge here, so interesting that it seems like he was ejected somehow. Here, his magical talents put him 10 steps ahead of his competition. So once again, like I said, he especially mentions that the Edge's magic seems like inferior or more like less refined, like less mastered and understood than magic on other planes. So even if there are wizards on this plane, I assume at the very least the implication is that Tezzeret is way more magically inclined than the wizards on this plane, or that either that or wizards are super rare. One of the two. My assumption is that he's like weird. He's like weirdly good with magic, and that's just out of the norm for someone of the within this plane. He bides his time fencing stolen goods, find the numbers off the transponders of stolen spacecraft, and monopolizing the ice trade, water trade, all while aiming to lay the foundation of criminal consortium. So if you don't know, he was part of like an interplanar like criminal organization. Was it not also called the consortium or something? Hold on, wait a minute. We're gonna have to use the wiki here for like a quick reference. It may not be the most reliable source. Yeah, the Infinite Consortium. So he actually was part of an. So I guess old habits die hard. I guess he goes back to what he knows. Though Tezzeret's original goal was to find a way home, now he's not so sure. So very interesting implications going on here. He doesn't seem like he chose to end up here. He just got ejected here. It could be whatever Jace was doing at the end of Aether Drift when it seems like Jace. Like Jace, so Tezzeret refers to this plane as like Jace's, but I don't know exactly what that means. It seems like this plane has a history that's beyond than, like, it didn't just come into existence like 5 days ago. It seems like it's existed for like literally like forever. So I'm curious as to what Tezzeret means by your plane, etc. Here we have Sammy. I might have already talked about the art. So obviously Sammy's a red. Here's Miri. And you could take this as an interesting contrast where like here we have Miri and Sammy's happy and stuff, and then here we see Sammy in action because Sammy no longer has Miri, is now looking for Miri. I don't know who these people are. The purple like maybe Monoist, but I think the Monoist would be more armored, so I'm not really sure. This could just be like random grunts to show how cool and slick Sammy is. Also, someone brought to my attention in one of the discords that it's nice that they put like their pronouns like actually in the flavor text, so you know. So Sammy, red, white. I think I talked about Sammy's color alignment a little bit already. Like the idea of like having a like white sense of morality, but also kind of like red's like follow your heart and emotion, like do what you feel is right, but also like a bit like a very strong moral like what is right and wrong. Such as which you can see kind of when he asked like Tunnock, like when they asked Tunnock like the question about like was the ship crashing with Aphrodite a disaster. Obviously a lot of red, so you know Sammy's red aligned, not as much white. I mean there's a bit of gold here. There's also turquoise. A robot. The card cares about robots because at the beginning of the end, if you control 2 or more tap creatures created to 2 robot artifact token. So that's kind of key. The robot has like little stickers on it, and obviously this window acts sort of like a frame, almost like to draw attention to Sammy's face. Like Sammy's like clearly lit up here. You can see Sammy's face. The plant has a nice contrast between the rest of it. Like these feel like closer to warm colors. Like Sammy themselves is red, silver. Looks like it could be some like I had to mark it as gray, but like it seems like it could have like just a tinge of brown, and these are like cool colors obviously, but then you have like this planet that's like blue and purple in contrast, like Sammy's like red, more like red colors. And then even here there's like a weird like nebula like behind Sammy's face, like almost like I wouldn't say it's a halo effect that I'm usually talking about, like but like to like, draw you into the face. Like there's just more like the emptiness of space, and the art shows to put more detailing here just so you pay extra close attention to Sammy's face and you know this is Sammy. Sammy does like, I think when they were typing the chat they're talking about like a tight like what is it? Episode 8. Tight vest jacket. Someone pointed out that could be a reference to like a binder, which I guess I could see this as being a binder, like a one made of leather or something. And here we have Sammy. So this Sammy like clearly isn't making a robot because the previous art is making a robot. They're an artificer in this one. I don't know what creature type in there. They're probably also an artificer in the other one. Yeah, also human artificer. This one's an artificer rogue. So this clearly like leans more towards the idea of like the daring, like cunning rogue, like archetype, like maybe like more close to like a Han Solo-ish. And obviously, I think this is more like them on their search for Miri. And this one is definitely more combat oriented because they're literally fighting in the art, and you can see double strike and vigilance, and spells you cast have infinity for artifacts. They cost one less to cast for each artifact control. The hard way it is. So they very emphasize Sammy being the main character here because for one, like this highlight on Sammy, and everyone else is like there's light on everyone else, but they're not as like lit up as Sammy is, and not to mention that you can't see their faces. So who these people are isn't really that important because they're getting the snot kicked out of them by Sammy, and then you can see Sammy's face and Sammy in action. Like you can better like see the movement of them throwing these and hitting them. And these people are also like wearing darker colors. Like they're all not only covered in shadow, but they're also like wearing darker colors, which makes Sammy stands out. Because even though Sammy's wearing dark colors, it's like red, and like they have like these orange like robot things with like neon green tentacles. Sammy's mentioned as having like an antenna, what was it? An antenna like fencer or something? Hold on. How do I spell that word? An antenna rapier. I don't know if that's what this is. It looks like it could be one. I'm not sure. Interesting bit of like the belt here is kind of like glowing like the same like yellow neon, and we see like this bit of armor here. So definitely going for like a more like kind of like a cunning rogue, like in the combat, like don't mess with them sort of vibe here. And obviously this card does convey a lot of red. Kind of funny how much, because usually we expect to go like a little hard to convey as also like a white inline card, but they do a good job conveying that's red, and there's like red lighting coming from somewhere, so you could interpret that as like some sort of alarm or even like a fire or something, which adds more action packed to the scene. And in contrast, and once again, in contrast to like all the warmth and I say like warm colors like red and stuff coloration, there's like more cool colors outside like blue and purple. And Sammy, they, them. He, him. Oh, do they all have pronouns? Okay, I thought it would be funny if they didn't give Tezzeret pronouns, but they gave Sammy pronouns. Oh, here's another one. Sammy. So this is again interesting that they chose this one for this specific Sammy one, because like I said, the other card depicts it more in combat, and this is clearly more combat focused. But the card itself is more like Sammy not in a moment of combat, but like looking for Miri, I suppose. And once again, this could reinforce this story of like Sammy out in the search for Miri and is like more willing to fight to find Miri because of that. Obviously, there's like an interesting bit of like dynamicness added to the picture with this like sharp rock and Sammy standing on it, and then this is a simplified planetary. Like I assume it's a planet, could be a moon. I guess it doesn't really matter. But the point is that it acts as like literally like a little highlight for you to like pay attention to where Sammy is, and then in case you didn't get it, there's a ship crossing through Sammy. So if you're following this line, you'd hit Sammy and realize Sammy's here, and then you'd see the ship here. And I don't have too much to say about this. Like it's a very red and orange, and this is kind of like a yellowish green, so I guess maybe conveys some of the white color palette. Although I could also see it being similar, referencing sort of like some of the equipment Sammy wears being kind of like weird yellow green. And this is one of the travel posters, the travel inspired ones, I think. So I think it's supposed to resemble like a travel poster. Beyond the edge of desperation lies eternal ingenuity. So I guess desperation is looking for Miri, and then finding new ways to find Miri. The plucky young captain of Seriema, Sammy is a wildcat, an unaffiliated freelancer with their own ship who takes jobs from anyone paying, whether with Malamass or something archaic like currency. Sammy started off as a plucky scrapper and mechanic, working at the periphery of a debris field that orbits the strip mined Cav homeworld. After a run of bad luck, including the disappearance of their beloved cat Miri, they lost most of their crew to more lucrative offers. I forgot to close my Discord so I can see the Discord chat. Is that a bot? Okay, that's a bot. They lost most of their crew to more lucrative outfits. Together with their first mate Tunuk, Sammy is looking for the score that will restore their fortunes. This time we'll read the thing first, and then we'll go back up for the art. Tunuk is a gentle giant, former pilot in the Cav Memorial Navy, Cayman. He was dishonorably discharged after redirecting a flying chunk of Cav debris belt to minimize collateral damage, a crime amongst the disaster-prone remnants of the Cav homeworld. So I did actually talk about this like in the previous stream about, and this has a pretty interesting representation of like a red like philosophy and a red society, and the idea of that like red might view chaos as like more akin to freedom and fairness, and the idea that like, you know, from for as Tedrick puts it, it's kind of like the people the rock was falling on originally, they should like had the chance to prepare or do whatever, but he suddenly moved it to a different, like, even though he killed fewer people, they didn't really have the chance to prepare because he suddenly moved it, moved the asteroid that's gonna fall. So I'm not gonna get into that too much into that. If you want to see that, you're just gonna watch the last one. Exiled from his people, Tenek joined Sammy and found the young captain to be so passionate, to be as passionate about the crew as Tenek was about his people. Today, Tenek is the last remaining member of Sammy's crew after the rest split for a more lucrative ship. He is loyal to Wayfall and has faith that Sammy will lead the two of them to vast wealth. If he can get them to stop accepting every sketchy contract that comes their way. So he's loyal to a fault. Like, this thing that red and white can both have is like extreme, like at least thematically. And another thing that colors can't, like other color alignments can't be loyal, but like, there's like this idea that like, oh, white's the loyal one, and then red's like the disloyal and chaotic one. And it's like, red can be extremely loyal. It's just the reasons it would be more personal as opposed to like upholding like a moral ideal or like a contract. It would usually be because I have a very strong emotional connection to this person. I would view them like family kind of way. And it's not, and like, even though red's next to black, which makes it a bit more selfish, like leaning than white, it does have this idea of like, if you love someone and you want to die for somebody, go ahead and do it. You should do what you want, what your heart desires, right? Which black would probably say you probably should do the more quote unquote rational thing, which would be like, look out for yourself first. Here we have Tenek Steadfast second. I didn't really realize this at first, but I think what might be happening is everything might be stretched slightly because Tenek looks more like bulkier here. It could just be like a discrepancy in the art. Man, they look really different here. It'd be a discrepancy in the art, as you can see. It's kind of hard to tell, but it could be everything's getting stretched slightly, so Tenek doesn't look like as his face doesn't look as like wide, perhaps. Mono red, Steadfast second. So Steadfast second we know comes from the fact that he doesn't like making his own decisions. He like prefers like have Sammy make choices. He hates making choices explicitly. Obviously. So for a red color, there's like a lot of blue here of like the Aether and like outer space, but they do include like a lot of like more like red and purple, like violets, I want to say, but like pinkish, like with all these like it's moving so fast, like the light's becoming distorted, like everything's like a blur, which is an interesting effect. And obviously, Tenok's the main character here because literally highlighted, only person here. There's two people in cloaks in the back, I think. I don't know those people. I didn't notice those people. There's like two people in the back. Either way, Tenek's the main character. It might show that maybe Tenek's like is kind of like both Tenek and Sammy do shady jobs sometimes. So maybe that's the idea. Because those could be Halia and Alfrael, but I don't. If they are, I don't know why they're wearing a cloak. So I can't tell. I mean, so obviously you gotta have your like your lens flares, and like if you're going fast, you gotta have like your like streaks to show how fast you're going. I guess since it has warp, or it gives warp, you can interpret it as faster than light travel, which might be explain why which might be part of the reason that even though you're inside the ship with Tenek, you can see like the light almost stretching, because we know weird shit can happen when you enter the weft travel, and you're also literally moving faster than light, so like the light might trail behind a little bit. Not that light doesn't trail behind normally, it's just that you would think that if we're in the ship moving with them, then even if everything else is trailing out with them, then the light in here wouldn't be trailing them because we'd be moving at the same speed with it. But Kavu pilot, the creature you control have haste. Artifact cards and red creature cards in your hand have warp. Two generic, one red. So obviously, I think this warp is reference to Tenek being a really good pilot. Obviously, and having really quick quick reflexes, and you could view his card giving others haste as like a sort of like how quickly he can transport things around with the ship, and get people from place to place. We're a few bones short of a skeleton crew, Sammy, but we got plenty of spine. So skeleton crew's like the very like, it's like if you strip down the clues, like it's very like bare minimum of what it needs to work. Like exactly the people you need to get it to work, and like no extra like people on deck. So, and yes, they are a bit short of a skeleton crew. They only have 2 people. So you probably need like more, probably need more engineers or something, and maybe someone else to also be co-pilot. But to next, so this is a very, this definitely looks like a more like traditionally sci-fi like done card. the way it's detailed. It's still based on some like one like the travel pieces, and it's very like on the note. It's very like once again on the note. So this one's interesting because it has red and green on the flag, even though this is a mono red card. But Tenic is red and green here. But I guess the Tenic are also like the Cav are green. This definitely looks more like a traditional, like almost like I could see this like being, I don't know, like a Star Wars character in a way. Like if this showed up in a Star Wars, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's an alien. Interesting that this card seems to lean more towards like they're all lizardy, but this one like the eyes are clearly more on the side of the head, like directly on the side. It's like these ones are like maybe not as front forward facing as like a human, but these ones are clearly like, directly on the side of the head. And once again, it's just like a lot of the same language as like all the other like travel arts. Is like they put like something behind the character to like draw your attention to it, like a spotlight. It's basically literally just acts like a spotlight, the character, and then we have like a line, so that way you literally cannot miss. You if you were following this, you'd hit Tedek before you get to the rest of the ship. I don't know if the ships actually signify anything. Is this the? I don't think that's the. I don't think it's a Seriema, is it? The Seriema looks kind of different. I remember looking at. But the Seriema is a white ship. It doesn't really look like the Seriema, but I assume it's like different ships because this definitely looks like a Cav ship. Like we've seen Cavs with like the more bulky like shapes, like rectangular shapes, and like the saw for mining and stuff. And even the legs look different here. Like the legs like here look like more like lizard legs, and these look more like standard human legs. Weird. Anyway, armor is red, like a reddish orange. Once again, to convey like, so you look at this card, and go like, oh, this is a red card at the very least. And there seems to be like maybe like a sandstorm kind of effect going down here. I assume like might be on Cav here. I'm not 100% sure, but we know Cav has like a lot of storms and like dust getting kicked up and stuff, so that would make sense. And here, landfall. Whenever land you control enters, Tenic deals 1 damage to each opponent. If this is the second time this ability has resolved this turn, draw a card. Serving the Memorial Navy was nothing like the posters made it out to be. So this might be Tenic in the past, but Tenic when he was part of the Memorial Navy before he got exiled. So because the quote about the Memorial Navy just put like a bit of like a, we can probably place this on the timeline a bit easier. Although red green would also make sense for modern Tamek as someone who like wants to accept the world and doesn't want to like force their change like upon the world and want someone else to like decide what to do. In a weird version of green. I mean, obviously this Tamek looks kind of bulkier, and they have like the work clause they use. I don't have like a ton to say about this. Like there's like an orange, like an orange tint to everything, so you know it's like, so it leans more towards like the red, so you know it's like a red lined, and I don't know, like yellow, green. Interesting like little marks here on the fabric. Interesting here that we have like another Cav here and like these ships. Really emphasize that this is like Tenec's like kind of like place. You know, here is like Tenic kind of like in a position of power almost, because it kind of looks like they're stepping up onto something. Like they're stepping up onto something, like into a position of power. And a landfall, I assume, could be because we know Cav is constantly like has stuff crashing back down on it, and it would be kind of morbid if it represents specifically when he brought down the giant like mountain on the city. But I don't think it's what it represents in particular. I think it represents, because it's part of the Navy, so I think it represents just traveling around from like place to place. Aliyah, human, she, her. I think I already talked about Halia. I might not talk about the 2 cards today. I already talked about these 2 cards at length. Having recently arrived in Sothera, Halia is a bright and eager squire in the Sunstar Free Company. She traveled here with the Dawnsire, a Horizon Javelin, and Commer's Long Vessel that will reignite the Sotherian Super Void. Something the system's monomos will do anything to prevent. Halia has pledged her Blade Eater to the service of Sir Vodin, her mentor and idol who has trained her since she was a young woman. We do actually have a card for the Dawnsire, which is another card I already talked about, so I won't go into it. But here's the Dawnsire, and I think the interesting effect here is like these are countless ships coming out of it. Like the way it looks over here is like you could mistake the ships almost for stars, but then you realize like they're in front of like a planet, and you're like, huh, that doesn't make any sense. The planet's like right there. So you quickly realize that like there's so many that they're almost like, it looks like stars almost coming out. But I already talked about this. So interesting that Halia looks like she's in a position of power here. And the void kind of draws attention to like her face, like sucks in towards it. Another creature or artifact you control enters, you gain 1 life. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card this turn if you gain 3 or more life. So I think it's just caring about people. Her is a reflection of her caring about people. Like it's something to do with life gains. Sometimes like the idea that like she wants to help, like a character might want to help people or heal people, so they sometimes care about life in that way. Not that Hylia heals, but she wants to help. Here is interesting contrast to the last card. It seems like Hylia is not in a moment of triumph, but like in a moment of supplication. Not like she's like powerless, but like she's purposely giving up power to someone or something else because she's kneeling down, and we're no longer looking up at her. We're like kind of looking directly at her, but or maybe even we're looking directly at her, but like her head's bent like down, like she's in a moment of supplication. And here is like one of the this is very interesting. Let's look at like a monoist thing. It looks like almost like a body of monoist. This looks like stylized, like a stylized monoist armor, and then here we have a hand. It also looks like a hand reaching out, maybe like a monoist weapon here. So it could show her like her ideals of fighting off the monoist and stuff, or fighting or hopping the monoist, but also creates a nice interesting contrast between like all the dark purple and grays of the monoist, and then her like gold and silver and like lighter gray like color scheme. And here we have like again we have a stylized planetary body of some sort. It's like literally a spotlight. Although interestingly, unlike the other characters, she has like a little halo effect, which I think is just there for like especially like some like the medieval art as like behind Jesus and stuff. I think it's just there because it shows like kind of like both like we know why it's a connection to light, but also I think more specifically the Suma seemed to take a lot of inspiration from like Rome and like knights and a combination of knights and stuff. So I think this idea represents sort of like her religious like fervor, like it's like a religious symbol almost. Not like in universe, but to note to us that she believes that like this is kind of like either how she sees herself or how like maybe like someone like in her faction might see her as like a sort of like religious figure carrying out a divine purpose. Not a messiah per se, but like, you know, carrying out a divine purpose. And then here, interestingly, that like even the sky is kind of like a shade of purple or blue, and which helps contrast with Hylia's warmer, brighter colors. We're talking about Sorvonum. We're talking about Sorvonum's exemplar here. We'll get to it in a second. Human, he, him. Sorvonum is a high-ranking knight of the Sunstar Free Company who commands a knightly host assigned to defend the Dawnsire. He's a paragon of the Order, a storied knight who has trained many squires. He is also Hylia's retainer, and he believes her to be one of the most promising candidates he ever trained. So obviously here, interesting. Once again, we have a bit of like religious symbolism where this almost looks like a heavenly light and light shining down, but also like a spotlight to help highlight Sorvonum in like a horde of like monoist and dark purples, and he's in like whites and gold and like gray. I'm gonna skip over this like a bit just because I've already talked this before. But interesting that whenever a creature you control dies or put in exile, put a +1/+1 counter on Sorvonum and you gain 1 life, which could show, not given the context of the story now, we know this could also like show a bit of like of his ruthlessness and willing to kill like sacrifice himself or others of the Sumist for the sake of the greater good, the quote unquote greater good. But it's also interesting that when Sorvonum dies or is put in exile while his powers for greater or greater, destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. So basically, Sorvonum was prophesized to die at by Slats, the angel, which is not their full name, but by Slats. So it's interesting that Sorvonum's pretty bent up about not dying, because in his view he was supposed to die, but he didn't. So you could view this as Sorvonum wanting to die, and so when he becomes as most powerful, when his power is 4 or greater, you want to kill him to fulfill the prophecy. It could also represent maybe it's like a devotion when he himself killed it, if it takes something else out. Once again, another travel poster. Again, we have kind of like a darker blue that contrasts like the orange and also like the yellow and like white, white of like Vondam itself. Again, this is literally a spotlight. Then you have this shining through that to like basically like draw your eye. Like if you can't miss it, like you're flying where the ship came from, you're gonna hit Vondam. This looks like it could be a Digia, because we know Digia has like, I think it has like golden like grass and like plants like this. I don't know if they're all like that, but it does have that. There's an interesting like cloud here with the ship is taking off from the atmosphere, and there's also like this like really dark rock that like stands out a lot, but there's not like a ton happening here because these are very like simplistic, like stylized drawings. And here I talked about this, but here's Sylvandam. One of the ways that Magic likes to like show that you should care about like having a bunch of creatures on the board by putting a bunch of creatures in the art. So this card's at its most powerful when you have other creatures you control to give them +1/+0 on death touch. And this is shown by like Sorvonum leading like the squad who is also getting the ship. Yeah, I'm here. Leading the squad into battle. I'm just thinking. Given what we know now, the death touch could also represent like a willingness to like basically like do whatever it takes to like, because he does show like a merciless streak. So the death touch is interesting, and like the idea that him being there makes your units more dangerous and more willing to kill. And this, like, again, we do have the plan being, I think, kind of like not completely, but sort of like the spotlight effect here, except it's like kind of covered in shadow and dark. And it's kind of like a dark scene, like there's like purple everywhere, which is kind of an interesting use of the purple, because even though the purple's coming from the monoist, so Vondam himself is like white black, so having the white black card have like both like colors of gold, white and gold, and also like a bunch of purple, but so Vondam standing strong is kind of interesting. Oh, remember to read the species and pronouns later once we see characters we don't know. Have we gotten a character? Okay, I'll make sure to do that. I don't know if we've got. How long is? Oh yeah, I don't think we've gotten to that guy. I don't think we've gotten to I don't know how to pronounce his name. He showed up in the Planeswalkers guide, but we didn't see him in person. Oh, them. They showed up in the Planeswalkers guide, but we did not see them in person. Raphael is a young acolyte who has lived his entire life inside the Monoist monastery in the shadow of the Sotherian super void. He has been plagued by strange dreams ever since his sister embraced. Sorry, mucus. Eternity and dove into the super void. Now tasked with eliminating the Sunstar Free Company's hole in Sothera, a mission he's unlucky to survive, he finds his faith wavering. But Alfredo must have the chance to escape his fate though at the whim of an ancient artifact of terrible power. So once again, I talked about this before, so I'm not going to get too into it, but it's interesting how like this, similar to, he kind of mirrors Halia's arc in a way, in the sense that he is on a podium, so he's kind of in a position of power because everyone else is sort of bound to him here. But at the same time, once again, he's kneeling, so he's like in like a position of like supplication and like for this like holy artifact and stuff. So he's not like completely in control here. He is like being shown respect, but at the same time, he is not like positioning himself as like top dog or like the one in power here. Like he's in supplication to something else. Interesting, there's also like a blue and purple effect. Like this is a blue black card, so it's a bit more blue than we see like on his later card. Like here it's like all purple and black, which is like with a darker shade of blue. And interestingly here, standing, so like maybe in a bit more position of power, at least more willing to fight, not like in an as like defenseless position, with a lot of like dark purple and a brighter purple. And here we kind of like have this like, again, this kind of acts as a spotlight, but also like a frame for like Raphael's like gravity warping powers, like space is becoming distorted around here. And I talked about this earlier, but like interesting how on this side everything seems more warped by the stone, or like it's like this weird radiation or something coming off the stone. And here you can kind of clearly more see the background. So this could show like maybe the influence of the stone having like more power than even like Raphael maybe. Like this section, like the stone is like influencing this part over here. All things ended. I rather embrace that truth than have the fantasy of eternal light. So this could reference the Suma's faith, but it could maybe also reference his doubts about the Monoist faith and the idea that there is like a afterlife if you go into a black hole. Or discard a card at random. When Raphael attacks at the non-life permanent left the battlefield this turn, or spells warp this turn, the defending player loses half the life rounded up. So I mean, the Monoist cards think about Void in general, but you could see this in reference about caring about like his sister and stuff being thrown into the super void. Once again, very simple. This is actually interesting because what other in the other cards is clearly some sort of smoke, but the way this is done, smoke is the exact same color as the sky, so it's literally like bisected. So maybe it represents like a fracture in faith. I'm not 100% sure, but here we have, of course, the moon acting as like, or the moon or whatever this is, acting as a spotlight, and then the character sitting in using very contrast colors to it, like where the moon is bright white. Alfredo is mostly dark colors in a dark color palette with like purple, and then here's the ground with like white, and stairs leading up to that being dark, which helps like stand out against both the purple here and then the brighter ground and also moon. But this is also very interesting effect. It's almost like something is almost like, it's like an interesting effect. Like it almost looks like it's shooting through the planet, even though I don't think it's what's literally happening. I don't know what ship that is. It looks like it might be like a space station, like maybe one of the Pinnacle space stations. I'm not 100% sure. Memnon, Ilvoy, they, them. Memnon. I don't know how to say that. Menon is a disgraced former researcher of the Earthros Combine, an Ilvoy research outpost that set up a classified research station deep in the atmosphere of Earthros. After being expelled from the Combine, Menon lent their service to Tezzeret to stay in system, hoping to solve the mystery of Earthros and capitalize on it. They're an adept cloud sculptor and avoid techniques to shape hard surfaces and objects from super dense gases, a polyglot, and a constant presence at Tezzeret's side. And Tezzeret wanted them killed last time we saw but he changed his mind. No several languages. Okay, that's a very fancy way to say multiple languages. So I haven't seen this character before, so there might be things I miss here. We have seen this character's art. Like, we are told that the Ilvoy basically use like these little robots to convey emotion to other species like humans sometimes, because the way they express emotion is just different. Men on the right hand, 3 generic, 2 blue. So I assume Tezzeret's right hand, but it's also funny that Menon literally is using the right hand. It seems to influence them, while this hand's kind of like sitting closer to them. So that's a bit funny. And obviously, so it's very interesting that everything else is kind of like more of like some shade of like white and gray here, but then you get to where Menon is near the center of the picture, and it's like more like there's like hints of like a brighter blue, like almost like this power coming from Menon, or at least power related to Menon, and it helps draw attention to Menon. And interestingly, that Menon's like body is more dull colors until you get to the head and also the fingertips. Like, it draws more attention to like the fingertips design wise and the head. And we know that like it makes sense that the blue line like faction might have like an emphasis on the brain and the idea that they want to show how smart they are. But obviously a ton of blue too, blue and white. Blue specifically because obviously the color blue, but also white because I think we know these are like shaped from clouds, and we know blue has a connection to like things like air and water, because like in classical like Greek thought and like the classical 4 element system, at least in Western philosophy, of like the earth, fire, water, and wind and water to be considered like higher elements connected more to like the mind and the spirit, which contrasts like fire and earth being connected more to like the emotion and like the body. So blue gravitates more towards symbolically being represented by like air and water, usually, just because like those tend to represent like higher concepts like the mind and spirit, which we know blue cares a lot about because it's all about like perfection through knowledge. These robots are, of course, are also like blue. And here I think what Menon might be doing is cloud sculpting, because with this chair looks cloud sculpted, so I think they're literally cloud sculpting stuff as we're watching them. Flying, you may look at the top corner of your library anytime. Also, that relation to air is also why blue has like a strong connection, such a strong connection to flying. Like the idea of like it's connection to air, but also I think mechanically also represents like the idea of like evasion or trying to outsmart your opponent by moving around them. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may cast artifact spells from the top of your library. Artifacts you control have tap, add 1 blue. Spend this mana only to cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand. So cares a lot about artifacts. I haven't really seen Menon in the story, so I can't say how much of that is personally, but obviously there's clearly a relation to artifacts here because Menon clearly has all these robots and seems artifact inclined or technologically inclined in some manner. So it does make sense. And it kind of looks like they're posing Menon as a position in power. Not only is he called like the right hand, which is like a very like second in command position, but also like this thing is like floating. It almost looks like we're looking up at him in a way. This is very interesting. So once again, spotlight, but it looks like this is almost like a reflection. Like there's like these ripples. Like it's almost like we're looking down at the water, and this is like rippling outward. And once again, I talked about blue in relation to water. Even like you can even see the man, it's like a literally water drop. But we're looking down on it, and it's like this rippling outwards from like Menon, almost like they're pulsating power, or they're really radiating something, or something fell into the water, create these ripple effects rippling outwards. Again, spotlight. It's interesting seeing like I haven't read up the story to know what's going on here, but this looks like a crying face. So I'm not really sure if this is like a good omen for Menon. And once again, we have a ship. This ship looks like it's like almost flying around and weaving between Menon. I feel like I have to read more of the story to fully understand what's happening here. That's pretty interesting, like almost like duality, like the more like expressionless Ilvoy expression between like maybe like a sad interior. And again, I think this might also be emphasizing like the cloud sculpting and the air in relation to like the connection to blue, and also the Ilvoy and the cloud sculpting. So this might be like because that looks like an Ilvoy ship, so this might be like a sort of like visual play with like the idea of like Ilvoy's cloud sculpting. And also get the way the tentacles go out, and like kind of like some of them seem like they kind of almost blend into the environment, but other ones like are darker or lighter, so you can clearly identify them. But also again, tons of blue. Like this entire thing is basically blue with like purple and a little bit of white, so you know the blue card. Ilvoid Earth's Exile. So here's Ilvoid Memnon and Exile, and we have a bit more red, which might emphasize like a bit more conflict with like Menon. I can't even say their name right. Menon has like the Ilvoid, who we know are like mostly blue aligned. Like maybe a bit of conflict, maybe like Menon's like a little less like conventional, or maybe even a bit more emotional than the other Ilvoid in some way, or reliant on emotion, or doing things like in like a not in a like a mono blue, like a way that mono blue usually do it. Here we have like, it's interesting seeing their legs here, and here they're clearly in a moment of action. And we're looking at them as they fly through the sky, and they're cloud sculpting something to like move along with, and they have like all their robots with like their little angry faces. Actually, another thing about it, I think a funny detail here is that even though this looks like this could look like an almost peaceful, serene scene, like some of these robots look kind of pissed. So, but what I vaguely know of Menon, they seem like a very rude character. So either they're preparing for battle, or they're just being an asshole to you. But here's clearly definitely more of an action scene, because like all the little robots have like an angry face, and they're clearly taking something out of the like Uthros like facility. And everyone else is like, what the fuck? And Menon's clearly the main character here, because you can see their face, even though it's not as expressive as like a human face, and you cannot see like these are like way more simplified. You can't see their faces as clearly. Jellyfish Advisor. What's the other one? Is that also Advisor all the way through? Surprisingly, not also an artifice, but I don't know if I'm Menon. That could make sense. I'm flying. Whenever you're an artifact control, it's just put a +1/+1 counter on target creatures. So obviously, it cares about artifacts, representing that you want to play artifacts, so Menon can probably research them or whatever. What kind of you commit that makes you me your best option? Good question, Tezzeret. Good question. I don't know. Oh, this is a new one I've not seen. Zu Ifit, human she/her. Zu Ifit is a surgeon of the Mono's face, currently stationed at Susur Secundi. 10 years ago, Zu Ifit's wife, so lesbian, I believe. Yeah, lesbian. I don't want to say that like that's a question. I believe she's a lesbian according to my theories. Made the plunge into the Theros super void, but was caught in a sudden gravitational anomaly, leaving her frozen in place by time dilation. Zu Ifit has made her life's mission to rescue her wife and join her in the pilgrimage into the next eternity. To achieve this, she experiments on Mono's acolytes, testing their survivability through dangerous missions before sending them to take the plunge into Sotheron super void. With each iteration, she grows closer to perfecting her process and developing a means to save both her wife and herself. So clearly this character is like a black-aligned one. And there's a common misconception about like what black philosophy is. So people have this idea in their head that black philosophy is like this sort of lone wolf philosophy, this like idea that you shouldn't have friends, you should do everything alone. But that's not what black is saying. Black is just saying you should look out for yourself first and foremost. So everything you do should be like have a benefit to you, or you should at least, at the very least, put yourself first. Like you don't sacrifice yourself for other people if you don't get anything out of it. So here we have someone who's clearly doing a black character, clearly doing something out of like a very emotional like love, which I don't see as a contradiction in the black philosophy. Some people might. I don't see it here. It actually makes sense, and especially with the idea that they're doing whatever it takes to like achieve this power to not only save their love, but also by proxy they're also saving themselves, because they give themselves an easy way to get to the next eternity and not get stuck in the same time dilation. And their ability, they're testing on acolytes is probably like black's like, you know, willingness to do whatever it takes to get the job done. So here we have Zu Ifit, Osteoharmonist, 1 generic, 2 black, legendary creature, human wizard. Return to our creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's a skeleton addition to its other types. It has no ability to activate only the sorcery. They will call you a monster, but I will call you worthy. So I'm not sure if that means your experience is going great if you're coming out as a skeleton, but interesting. I guess this is the closest thing you might have skill to like a skeleton thing to put in your skeleton commander deck. I'm not sure if there's any good skeleton commanders, but even interesting that her hands look skeletal here, but they're clearly brighter. Like, so once again, the messing around perspective, like this person's towering over this skeleton. Like she is like in a position of power over the skeleton, and she's like, I think that's using like the monolith alabile metal attached to the skeleton maybe. But even so, she is rendered brighter by the light than the skeleton. The skeleton is like darker, so it's emphasizing her more in the picture. And she's like this albile armor. Again, purple and black to signify it's a black card. And there is kind of like a skeletal like theme here with her hands. Although I'm not sure this is like actual bones. It looks like it probably is metal or something. And I don't know. Is that like a ton going on for me to here to talk about, or at least I can immediately identify? But it is a very interesting idea for like a black line character. Here we have like strips of cloth. And once again, we have like the smooth shapes that the monoists love to use to like represent almost like the bending of a black hole in space. Here's a very interesting one because this one is clearly using a black hole as the spotlight. Not black hole, a super void. Both singularities technically not the same thing. So it's very interesting that where the other ones were using like planetary or moon bodies, this is clearly a black hole. And here we have, again, if you want, they're saying you want to play skeletons. Here's a bunch of skeletons crawling up. Again, she's in a position of power. She's towering over the skeletons, and the skeletons are crawling up to reach her. Like they want her attention or they want her power. And here we have like these like almost like represent almost like our influence over the skeletons, like they're branching out over the skeletons here. And then here we have like this is just like a spotlight once again. It's a very weird spotlight because it's a black hole with like a wrist cutting through the middle. But it brings your attention. But you will look to the black hole and then you will see here. And we have a ship here, but unlike the other ships, the line doesn't seem like it goes all the way through the object. In fact, it looks like it might be getting sucked into the black hole. No, it's flying. They just didn't cut it through all the way through the object, which is a strange choice. But sometimes it just happens when you have different artists. And here's the photon disc, which is, adds like a beautiful contrast, like all the dark. The zombies are also like a similar color palette, a bit slightly like different, just so you can tell the difference. But there's similar color palette to her, which draws like a relation, but also like they help contrast like this bright like white and yellow light being created by the super void, which is pretty interesting. The ship stands out a lot because it's like purple in comparison to the white and yellow light. Tear away the rotten flesh of reality and behold the pristine bones of truth. So it seems like her plan might be like the flesh's weakness, but not like in a Adeptus Mechanicus, I must replace the flesh with the machine, but more like just remove the flesh and become a skeleton, which is kind of the funniest possible way you can interpret that kind of thing. And you could also maybe each skeleton also maybe represents like a dead person. Like she can like save people, but they come back as like a skeleton of them, or like a shadow of them for themselves. Then in an uncharted moon with limited mineral deposits, Daedrin discovered that their nanotech self-repair protocols quickly ran out of applicable materials. After years of analysis, the mech determined that local flora contains sufficient structural integrity from which to graft repairs onto it themselves. Them. Over time, the synthesis of plants and machine progressed to the point where the two became indistinguishable. Recently, Daedrin had the urge to consume nutrients at an accelerated rate. With self-diagnostic did not report any malfunctions, but their symptoms match the local flora's propagation cycle. So here's very interesting. We have a robot becoming one with nature and becoming like a sort of growing, which probably explains the green. Like the white element, the robot just has like a lot of white. Just tends to be one of the kinds that cares more about artifacts. I guess in the case of robots and stuff, it tends to be more with the idea that robots are being built to like serve others first, but put them above themselves, like serve like a greater good. But here, I think the green is also like the idea of like it becoming like connected to nature in a way, or like the existing environment. Although, like I've said, what green isn't just about nature, but I'll say that for another time. And it even looks more like organic, and by organic, I mean like it looks more like smooth, like growing structures, as opposed to like more like sharp edges that we see on some like the other robots, like the Caveron stuff, and I think some of the Pinnacle stuff, like this creates a mechan token, and these have like really hard shapes. These are what I would call not inorganic shapes, like artificial shapes. Like they're very hard, they're very clearly built and structural. But this one looks like almost like smooth, like it's almost like it's growing, which is probably the point. It looks almost like it could be like a weird plant. Like if this wasn't made of metal, if this was like made of wood, and I walked across it, I'd be like, man, that's a weird fucked up plant. But it's made of like silver metal, and it looks like there's something like maybe growing inside of it even. Legendary artifact creature construct trample. Daedrin enters with the number of +1/+1 counters on it equal to the amount of mana spent to cast it. It's a very like just green thing, like entering +1/+1 counters. Whenever you attack, you may remove a +1/+1 counter from each of two creatures you control. If you do, draw a card and create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. So they stated that it seemed like it was hungry more and more and trying to consume more and more for like a protocol. So what this may represent like it's sort of uncontrollably growing and maybe even become like its own like self-sufficient sort of life form thing that's like can replicate if it's like incorporating all this organic material into itself. Here again, so this is a very interesting thing because like this again reads kind of like a plant, but you can also read this as like sort of like this like a head and almost like this bending down. But that might just be me seeing faces where there are none, because I could totally see these being legs and then like head bending down. But also it could just be like a weird like I said, like organic like shapes made of metal that are almost plant like. Here we again we have a ship, but this one they contrast the smoke by making it blue, so you can clearly see it's like so you can clearly see the ship and it passes the body. And once again, this is a highlight. It's a very interesting effect from the sun, like sun waves. It's add a bit of like a motion, and also so let you know that's producing some sort of warmth, and that is not just a planet probably. And here we have they're clearly on like on some greenery. Maybe they're consuming it. Who knows? But there's this thing under here which is pretty interesting. It looks like some like water or something. So also like their colors are like way darker in contrast to like the bright yellow. It's like dark silver and silvery blue-ish. Ragos, lobster folk, he, him. Is that what they're actually called like in on the plane? This comes kind of weird because they have like all these names for all these like because the Ilvoy, they're called like Ilvoy, not like jellyfish. They're like EOE, not like insect folk. You know what I mean? Being the most infamous ship chef, so there, Ragos claims to have served on almost every freelance vessel in the system. Being engaged to an EOE princess. Do EOE have princess? I don't know. It might depend on the EOE. We know they have like different bioforms and stuff. Fought his way through a dozen Cayman all cruisers with nothing but a frying pan. Turned down a Sunstar field commission. Communed with the Star God and Uthros' core. I mean, I don't know if that's real, but if there's Star God on this plane, that would be pretty sick. And been expelled from the Monolith Refractory on Susecundi. Whether or not these stories are true, Ragos' signature ingredients are more than most humanoids' digestive tracts can handle. Thankfully, Ragos has found an unlikely crew, a group of sentient mechans who wish to experience the sensation of eating, and Ragos is just the ship to cater them. Okay, so I was wondering how this guy stays in business. It's kind of funny they have like a lore for why he stays in business. So red, white. Red does have a connection to like so white gets food because life gain and the idea of like caring about others, like feeding other people to make sure they have health. I think the red here is more about the idea of like maybe like self-expression, like using cooking as like self-expression. And hold on, red, white, lobster citizen. Artifacts you control are foods in addition to other types and have 2 generic sacrifice the token artifact regain 2 life. So the fact that he can make artifacts that you'd eat shows that one, he's making food for the mechans, but also they have basically he's cooking anything in the food. 1 generic sacrifice of food. Ragos deals 3 damage to each opponent. At the beginning of each end step, if you gain life, this can turn on tap Ragos. So I don't know if this is like Ragos using the food as a weapon, because it does say he used like a frying pan, but at the same time you could just see it as food being so terrible it actually damages people who consume it, or can be used to hurt people by throwing it at them. And obviously if you enjoy the food and you gain life from the food, he untaps. A lot of like there's a bit of yellow, but there's all like reddish orange coloring here, so you know it's like a white red card. Interesting, very warm color palette to most of this. We got like little mechans waiting eagerly for like the food. I hope they're mechans. I think they're mechans because there's like gears and there's like a filter and a gear. Like, so obviously probably not just adjustable for most humanoids. Maybe there's something tough enough that I can eat this, but if you're a normal human, that's gonna mess you up. I think also is really like it's cute that he has like his little arms, like these big arms. So like lobsters kind of like different sized claws. So, like it's like they might have like a bigger claw for like cracking and like a small claw for like stabbing and stuff. I think it's funny that like they use a bigger claws for like cooking and handling this way, and they have this tiny little claws. So, like maybe like more smaller stuff, like adding like sprigs and seasoning onto stuff. Interesting clothing. Very cute idea. Again, this is definitely like more like weirdly like in a position of action or power. Like it feels like this feels almost like you're just like, so you sat down with this guy, you're like, yo, can I get some food? This one was like it's almost like action power, like he's going the distance to get the best ingredients. You're looking up at him like he's in a moment of like power and action. There's a lot of red, so you know it's a red card, but also white, like the moon is white. Again, spotlight effect. And they're doing that thing again, I think, with the ship where it's like kind of playing around like with like the idea of perspective and like how the ship can like weave around the character. Maybe it's kind of hard to tell because okay, I think the ship is just flying. It's hard to tell because it's just like a lot of the same colors. And then this is just like either the movement of Ragos or like maybe like the idea is like it's like smell or like smoke or something from the food. It's kind of hard to tell. But also interesting rippling effect coming out from here. Although it doesn't look like quite like much like as a water effect as we saw with Menon. So it looks like more like a stylization. Although maybe you could see it as being like in like red tinted water or something. Legends of Edge of Eternities Commander, the Hearthal. Okay, I'm thinking about. I might need to go to the bathroom for a second. Hold on. I think I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I miss my wife Tails. We're done with you. BRB. Does it actually work? Actually, though, I'm not sure if you can see that. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Here you go. Here's some Edge of Eternities music. Actually, wait. Isn't there like a... Where's the... Here's some Edge of Eternities Vaporwave. After I change this... I need to pick a better palm. I'll be right back. I'm going to the bathroom. All right, I'm back. Just drinking my water. Or it means the animation was cooking. I'm gonna tell you, I should give the artist Ricardo Bessa. I did much there again except before. Is Ricardo Bessa? Is that an artist I would know? Oh yeah, make you go away. I also ate before I got here, so. Oh, they did Bearscape. This is one of my favorite cards. It's Bearscape. They built a refuge with their bare hands. Oh, fucking. So they did. It's really funny that the Magic Guy portfolio is only Pride Art so far. Not that I'm complaining, it's just really funny. Yeah, that's a follow. That's pretty good. What do we even got here? I'm gonna follow a bunch of people today. That's such a good playmat, though. Anyway. Legend of Edges of Eternities Commander, the Hearthhall. Like Hearthhall. Eomedian Evendo Brood. It's alive? I mean, I guess all the ships look like they're alive. I just didn't know it was like it was alive enough to have pronouns. Though it may be a colossal transport vessel, the Hearthhall is technically an ancient living Eomedian that has grown massive enough over the centuries to travel the stars with an entire brood of seed pods. Unlike other Eomedian ships, the Hearthhall is conscious and aware of the work it engages in. So yeah, it is sentient enough to have pronouns. Feeling a strong attachment towards this brood on the planet of Evendo. So this is not within the Sothera system. This is a different brood of, which could explain the color alignment a bit more, because the brood we see is a little bit more mono green, but they seem like they have more of like a Jund bend, like a black, red, green. Or is Evendo? I might be thinking. No, Evendo is one of the plants, right? Surely. Yeah, never mind. Wait. Yeah, never mind. Evendo's the green one. I just forgot the name. This predictive instinct has proven to be extremely warranted. Cav colonizers have all but destroyed their homeworld of Caveron. Having all but destroyed the homeworld of Caveron, have turned their attention toward Evendo as a place to mine for natural resources. It seems like it probably to a repeat of the history. As long as the ship washes over the planet, however, the fledgling Eomedian brood holds a fighting chance against the Cav. So it's like a living ship, kind of like trope. You can almost kind of like maybe you can see that as interpret this as a face, like two eyes here, an eye here, and then maybe like a face. That might be me saying faces. So obviously the Eomedian in general, their ships and like brood ships are very much just like more organic. They're not only green, but they resemble like plants, and they're a lot more smooth in shape. Like these propellers like resemble leaves. I think propelling them, even though it has like these more traditional like propellants. Is one generic Hearthhall the World Seed, one generic black, red, green legendary artifact spacecraft station. One generic tap, sacrifice land, draw 2 cards. You may play an additional land this turn. Flying Vigilance Haste. Whenever you sacrifice a land, each opponent loses 2 life. I've also talked about this card before, but so I don't know how much I'm gonna get into it here. But obviously, there's emphasis on the idea of like of it's like helping propagate the brood, which is like how many like pods there are landing down the planets, like help populate it. And here we have the strip of like terraformed part of the planet that's like not covered in ice, that's like green, the rest is ice. Very interesting purple tint to the rest of it that helps contrast and bring out the like the green here. Like I think, hold on, actually I look up a color wheel, maybe I'm misremembering. Yeah, purple and green are basically opposite in the color wheel. So Or purple and yellow. Maybe it's green and red. No, I'm thinking green and red. You would think I'd be a better artist, but no. I guess some of them have like violet. Anyway, green purple is an interesting contrast. So purple tints everything, and then this is green to help draw to like help bring it out of like the background and help like highlight all these. Plus these are like literally glowing, which helps bring attention to them. And then you have so there's almost like a connection between this and this, because like where everything else has like this purple tint to it, there's like this strip of green, and then there's green here and blue. Not to say here like this is obviously like frozen and like ice and like a lot of like fog and clouds, and then purple space and stuff. As far as like, it's pretty interesting mechanically because sacrifice the lands. It's like combine like red and blacks, like sacrifice like green, caring about lands. So you can sacrifice land and draw 2 cards. And then flying, vigilance, haste. So like flying, I guess is like black gets flying the most of these colors. So I guess it's from black. Vigilance, green gets vigilance the most of these colors. So I guess that's what it's offering here. And then haste, coming from red. It could also be coming from black, but I assume each of these are meant to correspond to one of the colors. Whenever you sacrifice a land, each opponent loses 2 life. So that kind of sounds like a bit like black and red caring about like sacrifice, but also like with a little green bend, like green caring about lands. So if you care about sacrificing lands specifically, you lose 2 life. I assume the idea here is that you're by sacrificing land, you're kind of like terraform. Like the idea is maybe you're trying to terraform the land or something. But it's kind of weird because if you're terraforming, you think you're such a library for the land and put it on the battlefield, but you don't. So I'm not 100% sure. I don't know if it's like the idea is that you're like terraforming land and looking for information or something, or looking for resources. It's like you sacrifice the land, you're basically harvesting it for resources maybe, and then harming your opponents. The haste is interesting. I wonder if it's just like supposed to represent like the vigilance. It's clearly trying to watch out and protect the Eomedians. So I wonder if like the vigilance idea is like it's sort of like this watchful entity protecting the Eomedians, like constantly on guard. Flying because it's literally a spaceship, and then haste probably because it moves really fast, and who knows, it might be capable of left travel, or the idea that might just be like quickly trying to help bring the Eomedians in. On Evendos, Sazrael is leader of the current stage of the Eomedian Terra Symbiosis process. Terra Symbiosis isn't also color-wise, like color alignment-wise. I think the blue, like maybe the green's like its connection, like the community, the idea of a community, and also like the idea of, well, I've talked about how interesting the Eomedians are, because like a lot of people think that green is just like butt naked in the woods all the time, but like there's like a very interesting take on green where they see they see like the terra formation as like a natural process, like they're just following their natural instinct. And they see it's like they see this as more like a natural process as opposed to like an artificial one. And the red and black, I don't know. The black could just represent like more ruthlessness, and the red, I'm not 100% sure, like maybe like a more emotional component, like its emotional connection to like its brood in the Eomedians. And it's just following like its nature. So green, and then black, like its willingness to do what it takes, like fight out the cab to get what it needs to do done. Sazrael. Terra Symbiosis is an Eomedian's technique of terraforming plants, while the Eomedian's internal biology simultaneously adapts to the world they're converting into a verdant and habitable home. So from the Eomedian's perspective, they're also like becoming one with the planet and like the biology. This mutual adaptation strategy dramatically speeds up the process, efficiently seeding Eomedians across the stars. However, the weight of Sazrael's task on Evendo is enormous. He managed to manage the Terra Symbiosis of the world while defending it from cab colonists who attempt to claim it for themselves. Zaro is fully aware that he will not leave to see the project's completion, but he's committed his life to advancing the cause. A very interesting alignment, like black, red, green. I definitely get like green, like most Eomedians, probably because they're following like they're basically like following like their natural like programming, and then they're accepting like the world for as it is, and thus ushering in like what they believe is natural change. And then I think the black is more like the willingness to do whatever it takes to protect the Eomedians. And the red could be their emotional attachment to the Eomedians, or maybe just like maybe displaying more of like an emotional like gut reaction to certain things. I'm not 100% sure there, but here's interesting because like in this art, this is not lush. This is like growing. This like the strip of like terraformed land, but here it's growing, and it's almost like the way it's designed. It's almost like this. It almost directly links to this person, to Sazrael. What's their pronouns? He, him. It links to Sazrael. It's almost like Sazrael's making emotion. Like you can totally imagine this guy making emotion with this arm, and then this sort of following it. So it indirectly connects this guy to this, like as being connected to this growing process. It's like he points in this direction, and then it follows almost. Like he's he's aligned with it, he's in tune with it in some way that maybe, like, for example, this guy is not. Also interesting bit of coloration, like a lot of purples, a bit of like pushing close to red, but not quite, but like purples and greens to show that's like a black and green card. Interesting, it has flying and wings. It has 4 legs, so it has 6 in total, so it's like an insect. An interesting bit of armor here. And here's the that might be Hearthhall up here. I can't really tell. It might not be. It could just be an EU median ship, but it could be Hearthhall. Interesting. Once again, they're going with like a purple 10 everywhere, except this guy's also kind of purple. Yeah, like there's definitely a connection between him and the green, but this guy's also kind of purple, which is kind of interesting. And this guy's not. So there's still like a green to him. Like there's still like green and stuff to him. So there's still like a connection between him and him. But I guess maybe like a connection to like the rest of the world. But you know, medians are like adapted to the world. So maybe the idea is like maybe if this is like purple, then he's also purple. Like he's adapted in some ways to like the world that maybe other EU medians are not. But at the same time, he's also adapted to this and help this grow. Flying, obviously wings. One of the main ways Magic likes to show that creature can fly is by showing it in flight. You might play lands from your graveyard. So that's just like it seems like a green-black thing. It's like black doesn't care about the graveyard, and green does too, but like you can combine those to like play lands from your graveyard. Whenever you sacrifice another non-token permanent during your turn, put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to Tezzerel's power up onto one target creature. So I think the idea here is that like sort of like represents sort of like the natural cycle. Idea that nothing goes to waste. So even if a permanent you control dies, be it a land, be it a person or something, you can use it to help help the process grow. Like you can reuse their biomass. We see some of the E-medians. It's a joke. It's not like literal. I don't think being like completely serious, but we see E-medians at least talk about. It seems like plausible that they might use like reuse biomass. If like someone dies, you might be able to like reuse their biomass or something. So I think this idea is like you're using biomass or land or something if it gets destroyed to help like grow. Like it's part of like the natural cycle. Like you can use it as fertilizer or what have you. Even interesting. It's interesting that even the way the clouds are designed, like the clouds are like waving out from here. So it's almost like this is moving this way, and then like if you view this as like almost like an impact, like a metaphorical impact, then this is like waves out. So almost like this character is making like an impact. The In Spirit spaceship. It's. I don't know why I'm so mucusy. Sothera hides a ghost, the In Spirit, a fabled eternity ship adrift in the Garden of Aperion, a vast uncanny region at the edge of the system. The massive vessel was once the pride of a distant world, launched and lost to the hazards of web travel. So once again, this kind of reminds me of like a bit of like Warhammer Chaos Travel. Like sometimes shit gets lost in the warp. Sometimes you fire a ship to the warp and it just doesn't come back out, or it comes out in a weird place. To its former crew, however, the In Spirit itself isn't some quiet tomb. The ship lives through its self-aware artificial mind, Kilo. It's also home to a legion of Meccans who have found their way aboard, meditating and toiling tirelessly in pursuit of self-actualization. The In Spirit is a temple, the body of a god, and the promise to Meccan pilgrims that somewhere in their code lies the latent possibility of realizing their own consciousness. So this makes the apparent like blue and the identity very obvious. It's blue is this very so blue I think gets stereotyped as a smart color, and to be clear, not all blue characters are smart. You can be like blue aspires to be smart philosophically in the same way that a black aspires for power, but just because you aspire to those things doesn't mean that that's what you are. You can be white aligned and aspire to be like a moral upstanding person, but you might not be a moral upstanding person. So here we have this bit of stuff. So what blue at the end of the day is about self-actualization. It's about using the knowledge you gain to make a better person, make yourself a better person in a better world, to make yourself the best version of yourself you can be. And here we see that very apparent with how like all the Meccan pilgrims are coming here to like basically self-actualize and make themselves the best version of themselves. Blue, red, white. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put your choice of +1/+1 counters or 2 charge counters on up to 1 target artifact. So here it is, literally improving another artifact. Flying. Other artifacts you control have hexproof and indestructible. So literally protecting stuff within it. So I think I've talked about a bit about this card before, and I think to help better explain it, helps look at Kylo. So I think the idea, like at least with blue, that there's clearly an obvious idea of like self-improvement, right? And then with white, the idea of like helping others. Like they're clearly putting like other mechans first and helping mechans, and the idea of like improving mechans as like a whole, or maybe even like society, some sort of mechan society. But additionally, you also have a bit of red. And I think what red represents here is red is often used like in combination with like, for example, like blacksmithing and building to represent like the idea of like self-expression. So here I think this is like a part of the self-actualization process. Because remember, not all like mechans have or Vi's or mechans have personalities. So I think the idea is here is that part of self-actualization for these normally non-sentient machines is to gain a personality, gain sentience, to gain emotion, to gain like a sense of like self. And that's where red comes in, like gaining a sense of like emotion and self. So I think this is what it represents, right? Like blue, the idea of improvement, red, the idea of like your own self, like personality and emotion, which a robot may not ordinarily have, and then white, like the idea of like helping others improve. I think that's why the ship is also blue, red, white, blue, red, right, because we know Kylo's in control of it. This is like a very simply like done art. Like you see like these like strips of like, it has red and blue and white in these strips to help get the color across, even though the ship is like overall kind of dull colored, but not that's a bad thing. We have like this bright like planet or body or nebula or something to help like going down the middle of the art to help like draw your attention to it and to like help show the ship in contrast. And look at all these ships flying, like all these mechans coming in and out, like it's like a really busy place. And I'm not sure 100% that this is the right reading, but like I think I talked about this with some of the other art with like I talked about this with like Quiet Beyond. Like here we have a visual representation of like almost like going from like one quote unquote like metaphorical world from one metaphorical world to the next by having this ship like leave this black hole zone, U-turn, and then the way they're pointing is like more like empty space, like it's away from the super void. So here you could also represent this almost like leaving like some sort of like metaphorical like world behind and entering a new one, which would make sense for a place that's all about like improving mechans and giving them more of like a sense of self and identity. Although that I acknowledge this could be me reading too much into it. And here we have purple. Like sometimes, very occasionally, like, I think you see this in some of the Ravnica cards. Sometimes you'll see blue red have like a little bit of purple because blue and red make purple, but they don't do it too much just because purple is also associated with a lot with black mana. I think they just want to avoid being confusing. So whoops. Like here, for example, blue red cards like a little bit of purple here. That's just a red card. Like sometimes like this is I'm not gonna spend too long, but like you can see like a little purple here on like along. So like the idea that sometimes blue and red, sometimes coming out and make purple. They don't do it a ton just because black is also represented by purple a lot, and I think that'd just be too confusing. But they do like a little bit. Like even here, a little bit of purple, like bluish purple, a little bit of purple. So, and Kylo, I think I've already talked about before. I already went into like their color philosophy just now, but it has haste. So, I mean, which makes sense. It's connected to a ship, so it can probably move very quickly. Whenever Kylo becomes tapped, proliferate, choose any other permanents enter players, and give each another counter of each kind they already have, both sculptor and sculpted. So this is also what I mean by like maybe like where the red's coming in, like the idea of like you can sculpt yourself, like blue, like a blue side of sculpting yourself to better like suit perfection, and then a bit of red of like self-expression, like sculpting other people and sculpting them to perfection, but also helping them express themselves better. And the idea of like art and machine and blacksmithing and technology all being used as like a form of self-expression. So in this sense, being able to sculpt and sculpt is like is it what the pronouns? It's probably sculpting itself, and it's like expressing itself by sculpting, but also improving itself. And we have an interesting contrast where like the ground has this red lightning effect, and up here is like this blue lightning effect, and then Milo itself is like white mostly. So this covers like the white, blue, and red, so you know it's a white, blue, red card. But like I said, so both blue and red have a connection to lightning, especially prevalent in like Izzet cards and like blue red cards. Like the Izzet League in particular has like a lot of lightning, and the idea I think is that lightning for blue is usually in relation to like the sky and like I said, air as a classical high element, and the idea of it being connected to the mind, and also like lightning as a source of inspiration, and also like in relation to like technology. But in Red's case, lightning is more like in relation to like the heat and the light, and closer to like the idea of like fire, like it being a sudden strike of passion and like a volatile emotion. And it's interesting that it shows like up here for the blue, like almost like reinforces. So like the blue, there is no sky in the ship. Like the blue being quote unquote close to the sky, and the red being on the ground because the red's connection to like earth and fire, like thematically, is also pretty interesting. It also also activates like also it's interesting highlight where like down here is like kind of like red and then up here is like blue, and then everywhere else is like less colorful. It's kind of like more like gray. Like the main focus is like the red here, blue here, white here. At first, Legends of Alchemy. Oh, Alchemy. I guess I'll read it. Do we even know? Do I even like? Can I even look at the alchemy cards? Hold on. I don't know how to search the alchemy card. Hold on. Games, formats, arena. I'm pretty sure there was a way to filter the alchemy cards. I just don't remember what it was. Well, according to this, is alchemy. Art, Edge, the Edge. Art EOE. Well, I'm not gonna look for the alchemy cards right now, but I mean, this is a pretty honestly kind of a weird design for a cab. Most cab like have more tangibly, I guess, but here we have more simplistic art, but it's like this very muscular cab, and then clearly is like the emphasis on kind of the jaw here with how it's colored almost, and then a bit of like the yellow. Once again, we have that cab like kind of like bulky, like more cubic and like rough edges, like not smooth shapes. And this is like almost like they're in a position of power, like almost like they could have landed and created like this like explosion, like or disturbance in the earth. Although it could just be like if it's on the cab that is, then it could literally just be the world crumbling around them. I'm not sure if I want to spend. Also, I like how like clothing looks like worn. That's a nice detail. Like it's been used by a while. Like it's not like brand new. Probably not gonna spend too much time on the alchemy cards. I just don't care. Thundar has a grudge against the Cav Empire. Once an Imperial Moxite miner, Thundar was thought skimming a little ore to line his pockets wouldn't be a problem. He was wrong. Swiftly fired from his position and deposited back on Caveron. That is, holy shit! So they left this guy to die. Thundar now steals from the Empire to take back the rest of the ore he should have stolen. So a little bit like of a Robin Hood, but like asshole Robin Hood. Like they're not really doing it to help anybody else. They just want the ore back. That sounds like a red black card. Hold on. Surely if they're in alchemy, I can just look them up now. Okay, we're gonna have to try this. Alchemy site might not even be out yet. Might not even be out yet. I think about it. Yeah, I think it's just not out yet. Anyway, Because now I think about this, alchemy set usually comes out kind of later. Val, human, she, her. This is pretty interesting. It doesn't look like Palatinate stuff. It looks like a different. It doesn't look like any of the factions, like the main factions. It doesn't look like the Ilvoy. It doesn't look like the Eumedians. She's obviously human. It doesn't look like the Palatinate though. But it's like this more like, it's like less silver and gold. It seems like maybe a bit more bulky than like the Sumist. So, or Summit, maybe the Summist because they're trying to enhance the sum. But anyway, this recurring like neon, like kind of like green yellow thing is like something that we also see with the cab. What the fuck? This is Val of the Pinnacle research ship. Okay, she's part of the Pinnacle. Conviction. I am in need of a rescue skiff. This is an SOS. Please respond. That's cute, I guess. Val transmitted this message daily ever since a faithful run-in with Cab Scrapper sent her ship hurling to the surface of an unexplored jungle world. So the only jungle world we know is the Eumedian one. So it might be another world. It might be a world hasn't been explored yet. This isn't like unique to the Edge. For example, in Kaladesh and the Planeswalkers Guide, they literally do confirm there's other realms on the world tree besides the 10 we see connected to each like other color pairs. I think a lot of people make the assumption that we only see the color pairs like on the Kaldheim tree, so they assume that's the only one there is. There is more, and that makes Torvald's assumption that there's like the planes he was going to other realms make more sense because we don't know how many realms the world tree there actually are. We've only seen 10 because those are the most important to us for the story. So in the same way, we've only seen these worlds in this system because not because they're the only system, but because they're the most important. So who's to say if she's actually lost on Evendo or some of the jungle world? Although distress calls remain unanswered, Val is still determined to complete mission and chart the jungle's depths for the Pinnacle. She hopes that significant discovery might finally capture Infinite Guideline's attention and get them to send more thorough search on the search party. Is the Infinite Guideline not like within the Sothera system though? The main transit hub in the Sothera system. So I'm not really sure what world she's on, if any, because the only jungle world I can think of is Evendo. But this looks like a little fiery for Evendo. Evendo is actually kind of icy. So I don't know if it's supposed to be like a different jungle world or what. Very interesting Pinnacle design because the Pinnacles are usually like, I think this is gray but like tinted. So maybe because the Pinnacle usually wears like silver and like gray. Axavar, he, him. So probably a black. I don't know. I couldn't tell you what color this card is. Maybe like red or something. This was probably a red card. This is probably like a black card at least. Axavar was once a match among Drix Eldrazi hunters. His understanding of the fabric of all being. This is the first time I'm hearing a fabric of all being. Because I've heard of Weft Walking, but I don't remember fabric of all being. Wait a minute. The Drix, which is the fabric of all being. Okay, so they learned an ancient artifact. Okay, it was mentioned before. Using the fabric of all beings to identify and assassinate critical Eldrazi potential beings to slow and hopefully prevent the return of the Great Devourers. We also know there's like Eldrazi like cultist, which is kind of interesting. We'll see if that comes up. And the ability to wet talk with great precision was whispered about with equal parts fear and awe. If Axavar had your name, your death would be swift and guaranteed. But over many assassinations, Axavar grew wary of the constant hunt. He questioned if the Drix could truly stop the Eldrazi threat, or if he was doomed to track and eliminate a never-ending enemy. So Axavar severed his contract and his fate. He now uses the fabric of all beings to thwart his Drix hunters, knowing that one day he will be caught. But until that day, he'll live by his own doctrine. That does feel like a very Black Aligned thing to do, like live for yourself or and stuff like that. Or possibly also red. But also here, this is like a very like, this is like what I mean by like when I talk about like position of power. Like we're looking up at him, and not only that, but we're almost like at an angle, so like kind of gives like this dynamic feeling, but also like a feeling like almost like we're in an unstable, like unsafe position, and he's like in control of the situation. And we can see this like reflected, like we're next to like this whatever this is, being like it's like these tethers of some sort binding this. Like we're almost stuck on the ground with this creature, looking up at this like menacing guy with his glowing eyes. And very dull colors. I mean, not a ton to say. Like the fabric also just like he looks weirdly muscular for a Drix. I haven't seen a ton of muscular Drix. Drix kind of like spindly most of the time, but that doesn't make sense for like it doesn't make sense for his character, and also it makes his clothes that make him look even bigger. Like see, like the Drix look kind of like. They're usually wearing like big baggy clothes, which kind of makes them look bigger, but like they don't like They don't look like yoked like this, which might imply that maybe like absorbing life force here. But also, the way his clothes are built makes him also look like, it gives him like a whiter frame. It makes him look more menacing. This looks like maybe like a cab. I can see this being like the teeth, and then like cab protrusions, and then like a claw or something. The visa, oh boy, they them. I always like feel a little bad about cards who only get like MTGA alchemy cards. I kind of hope that some of these legends get like actual like paper cards someday. In the wake of Memnon's disgraceful flight from the Earthos combos, the Visa easily stepped up to fill the leadership void left in their absence. Now the Visa oversees all efforts to plumb the atmosphere of Earthos, coveting the secrets bound buried deep within its cloud core. But Visa remains furious that the Earthos combat is still entertaining information from Memnon, a contention that can likely be traced back to their long-standing rivalry from their days in the administration branch. For every ploy of Memnon's to glean the Earthos combat's hard-earned secrets, Visa has an equally clever countermeasure in place to keep the expelled researcher out. So she's probably basically like this guy's like main, the main thing stopping him. Probably a blue card, very interesting that we're looking down. We're looking down at her, like she's sending something into like Earthros. So we know there's like a secret within Earthros, so this might imply that she knows something or has access to something we do not, or Menon does not. Especially since we know she's like trying to stop him. Usually if we look down someone that might be like conveying like a position of like they're like inferior, like in power to us, but I think that considering how strong she's standing and like her like position, I don't think it's the vibe. I think it's just giving like the scope of what she's doing, like almost how large it is. Interesting that she's using like these artificial limbs, like these cloud sculpted limbs to like command these two to give like claws, and like she herself is like not like it's almost like it could be, it's hard to read her face because the Ilvoid aren't supposed to like use traditional human expressions, but it's almost like she is like almost effortlessly controlling things around her with like, just like her mind, like with the thought. Obviously there's like a lot of white and gray here, which she contrasts like on more bright vibrant blues, and like even like a bit of like purple-ish pinkish here. And if here we have like this fancy like clothes like dress that shows like her kind of like her higher rank position. Like Menon doesn't really have like, isn't like really like, he's not naked. I mean, they're not naked, but they're not wearing like a ton. I don't believe they have like their little hover chair. It's just cerebral download. Okay, where's blue red men on? Fine, I'll do it myself. So Menon does like less extravagant like little bits and bobs. It's just like them and their robots. But here it's like kind of like a more like symbolic position, like a bunch of like little like fancy like work on her and stuff like that, like clothing. It also helps kind of show like the direction of the wind, like because we know they live in a gas giant, so it kind of helps give like a little bit like of like dynamicness and motion to the image. Prototype X8. Well, that doesn't look good. Mechan, it's little is known about the amalgam of organ and synthetic matter. A long-standing pinnacle travel advisory heavily recommends that explorers give a wide berth to the moon prototype X8 inhabits. Those who ignore these warnings inevitably issue final transmissions that are too glitched and garbled to make out. Deep within the icy research field facility on the moon's surface, if one were lucky enough to locate it, are the notes of a long-dead scientist joyfully monitoring the progress of the creation. So very mysterious. Definitely not on one of the planets. It's on a moon. It definitely fits into like that sci-fi archetype of like escaped experiment. Like people got too big for their own britches. Experiment escapes, kills everyone. Here's a bit of that armor that looks kind of like the it kind of looks like a bit like the armor that the character up here was wearing, that Val was wearing, except like it has like a helmet. This looks like it's probably at least black, could be black blue, but it's like, or even colorless, but it's a very silvery. It's like made of metal, but once again it has like those organic shapes in some aspects, like these very like smooth like sloping shapes, but at the same time it's like these like kind of like more like clearly more artificial bits, and it's like glowing purple from the inside. So it's like there's like some sort of power source coming from inside and it's about to eat this poor person. And again, it's like almost like a highlight on this thing. Like it's like this sunlight shining down, like gleaming off of its surface. So it always just dragged to this thing. And even then, like it's almost like there's like these ice. There's like this ice in the corner. Is also someone running for their life. There's like also like this ice in this corner. But as you get closer to this entity, it's like there's less and less ice. Like it's more like just like a white background. So it's like brings all the focus here. Like there's nothing to distract from it. It's almost like this is almost like a weird frame of sorts. But I don't know. That's pretty interesting. I'm gonna have to probably leave in a second after I do this. Silver Weft Winder. Sliver, it's. Have any sliver had any pronouns besides it's? Born from innumerable cycles of sliver broods, cultivated atop the vast graveyards of lost civilizations, and over the course of epochs, an apex being emerged like nothing its predecessors had witnessed. Able to burrow beyond the tangible, to hollow the weft as one might bore tunnels through the earth. The Weft Winder has found its home within the Chaos Wall. So far, the hive has been quiet. For the sake of the Edge, one can only hope that it stays that way. So this might be why Sammy doesn't believe slivers exist. It might be that slivers are mostly in the Weft for some reason, but that at any moment they could escape, and then slivers will just there might have been slivers at one point in the physical world, and then at some point they kind of entered the Weft or died, and then so people like Sammy don't really believe they exist, but the Drix might know they're real because the Drix fuck with the Weft. So this might be like I also see I can totally see this. The slivers make like a perfect like hive mind, like Tyrannid type threat, like hive mind alien trying to consume all. It's just like thank you for reading. So interesting. There's like a blue like behind here, but it's almost like there's almost like a tear in reality here, like this fiery smoke effect, like tearing through like the cool blue and like all these slivers with it, which we have seen a bit with the West before, like the idea of like tearing reality or layers of reality. So I guess this maybe represents the Chaos Wall itself or some influence, and then this is like maybe like the physical reality or maybe even like the Quiet Wall or something. Some sort of like unreality or space that's not completely physical. And this is actually really dark blue for the most part with some grays, which helps like contrast against like the bright reds and brighter and warmer reds and oranges. And then here you have all the slivers, so you know it's not alone. I'm assuming it's the card you want to play with other slivers because that's the slivers usually work. Slivers are usually just like play me. I'll reward you for playing more slivers. I think I gotta go take out my dog in a second. So okay, I think that's it for today. I'm gonna take out my dog in a second. I am gonna draft. I think Edge of Eternities. I was gonna play Valorant today at some point, but I think I'm gonna have to put that out till next time. I don't think it's feasible because I also want to make sure I can draw or something today. So hold on. I'm going to. I'll be right back. I'm just taking my dog out. I'm back. That's going I thought because she decided to go eat. And she decided she wanted to poop after she ate. And she was just really indecisive. As dogs tend to be. Well, I'm sure my door's closed. Yeah, it's closed. Okay, now I'm gonna draft. Do an Edge of Eternities draft because I have the coin. Finally, this should have been like 2 hours ago, probably, but oh boy. I think I'm gonna start doing that. I should probably just start alternating between like MTG streams and Valorant streams or something else. Like every other day is MTG or something. So I've been trying to do both streams in the same day, and I know it's something that's feasible if I also want to get other stuff done, like my art. Okay, unlike last time, I'm gonna remember to read the I'm going to remember to read the wait, hold on. Second spell, artifact control, void, landers landfall, +1/+1 counters go wide, artifact aggro, graveyard salvage, space station, ramp. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I remembered what the archetypes are. Okay, what do we even got here? No more space card, plan control. Loading zone, not bad. +1/+1. Die, surveil 1. Load moxite. I'm not really sure what to go with here. Letless Evangel looks good. But so does. We could go for like a spacecraft or something with loading zone. But Letless Evangel looks generally better. And we don't need to commit to it. We can just pick something, I guess. Loading zone. Okay. Samuel Wildcat Captain. Sacrifices creature. I think this is the kind of stuff we want. I think we're going green black spacecraft, maybe. Sammy's good. Sammy's legendary, but it's like. And we could go artifact control or artifact aggro. We could. We do have enough time, I think. I think we go green black. Bucket. +1/+1 counter creature. Create a lander token. As an additional cost, scrounge for eternity. As an additional cost of a spell, sacrifice character. Return. Again, I think we want more sack stuff. And landers could be good for sacrifice. We can create landers and then sack them for stuff. I'll take that. The lander thing is probably going to take in, but Bungo Colossus. I don't know. I can't guarantee I'll have differently controlled lands. Fire speed, I think, is good discard, and then we can sack it. But also, Siege ship root under. And we also are going to need ships, so I need to pay attention to that. I don't want to get no ships. Deco transmissions. That's pretty good card draw, I just think. And I do like card draw. It's my bias. Sometimes I put too much card draw on enough like actual finishers. Common Crawler isn't terrible. I think we're definitely going to lean to the sacrifice thing stuff. Blah, blah, blah. Scratch for Eternity, not bad. I'll just take out Scratch for Eternity. We could also take the dog. But do I want to sacrifice the dog is the question. We're not gonna need actually like ships and stuff because I gotta pay for that. I think the landers are like different for each. Actually, there might be different lander tokens for like each different faction. I thought there was just one for the green for the minions, but see, this might be a good one. But we'll just take it. I think it's the only thing we can take, and we do want spacecrafts. That's 3 colorless, which I'm not sure. I mean, I guess we can play like loading zone faster, but it costs 5 mana. But we do need spacecrafts, and we can't just not pick up a spacecraft at this point. So he becomes a tad to be sacrificed. That's good, I think. They're just good. Kill ship. Void. This costs 2 less to cast it. I think Stormcloud is just good. So it's temporal intervention, but I think Stormcloud is just we want to be able to sack stuff. Dark Endurance. The cat targets a blocking creature. When it dies, surveil 1. These are all good. The problem is I don't want just spells because I think I have a problem where I pick too many non-creature spells. I do need like actual things on the board that I can sack. So I'm not sure if you can hear the sirens going off. Sure, Fungus Colossus. Comic Crawler. The Tragic Trajectory. I think Beam Saw Park. How targets creature spacecraft. Grav Kill's not bad. There's so much good removal, but I don't want just removal. I need like actual stuff on the board. I think we can spare a Grav Kill though. Grab Pack Monoist. When this creature dies. Creature enters until end of turn target creature explodes. For X the number of artifacts you control. Oh, here's a Monoist Nautilus, but anyway. That's an artifact creature though, so I'll take it as well. Insatiable Skater Maw. Well, this gives us more sack fodder, so. Okay, we are going to see. So the last pack, we're probably going to start like looking for something like this. Bygone Colossus, Pinnacle Kill Ship. We'll take a Wormwall Sweeper. Because we are going to need stuff to combo with Loading Zone, maybe. Or maybe we just fuck it and we just. We'll take a lot of this Evangel. Whenever you sacrifice that creature. Sacrifice a land or land creature. This feels good though. That's good land. Five, add Woo Perk. We don't really need that. Tapestry, Warden. Each creature you control tough this great as power sense. I mean, I'm not sure if we have enough space to justify that, but I'll take a Virus Beetle. Nanoform Sentinel. Whenever this creature becomes a untapped target permanent. Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm reading the blue card. Like I'm gonna use that at all. Mono Sentry. It's a defender we can sack. That's not bad. Maybe we take a lander with the stuff though. I don't know if I'm gonna plus one plus like grab pack, Lawbringer. This affects short term element permanent. I mean that is what I'm thinking. I'm not sure we're gonna plus one counters to justify because we have to Skitter Mob. How many plus one counters do we have to justify? Putting the Drix in. Ice Cave Crasher. Cosmic Wave. Okay, how many cards am I gonna how do I'm gonna have in exile though? Okay, I think we take the grab back. Bonesaw Prospect, good. Take that. We'll see. Well, we could. Most Shredder gear might be okay because it might help us crew our spacecrafts or stationary spacecraft. Oh, wasn't paying attention. The Virus Beetle. That, I mean, we could pivot to blue back maybe, but because we are really heavily back with a bit of green, but I'm not feeling that. I think I take Embrace Oblivion. I think this is good removal. Close Encounter. Or War card. I'm not sure we need that. You can't just generate creature. Udgar Elite. Scrounge for Eternity. Embrace Oblivion. Gene Pollinator. I mean, do we not take that so we can tap something and then maybe Embrace Oblivion? But this is also pretty good. I'll take Embrace Oblivion, I guess. Galactic Wayfarer. Oh, yeah, just good man. I guess that's pretty good for my graveyard. For its warp ability, sure. Um. Broad Intervention, I think. Best one there. One thing I'm worried about is maybe lands, because I didn't grab any of the like color fixing lands. We might just grab this. Depressurize is pretty good though. It does kill small things. Maybe we do grab a command bridge, but we're also running out of cards. We don't want the orbital plummet. I'm probably gonna regret this, but I'll take one command bridge, and then everything else we can just focus. Now we can just focus solely on. We definitely want the planet. I don't know how good this is. I don't know if we have a, but we definitely want it. Honestly, this deck might work good. Okay, it's a 61 card one, but I'm not sure. The immune bad takes are delayed when mutated malware gene. They devastate this. They encourage the trait so long as future glitches can be contained. Sacrifice this artifact, destroy target online permanent ability. Cost 3 less activate if you can spacecraft this turn. I mean, hopefully we swing the spacecraft, but that. My question is, could we make this into a 60 card draft deck? Which might be stupid, but I like doing it. Black, green. Stop it. Dies. Destroy. Graveyard. We actually don't have, we need Shattered Wings. Also, we need colorless. Dies. Void. You are updating correct, right? What else do we want? We have we want sacrifice. I think I'm trolling, but honestly, you might be able to go 60 cards. Right? So we have 10 swamps, 15, 17 lands, so we can go. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe cut a forest because we have Evendo. Put you in. We might. This might not be good. It's not a good plan. It's not as good a plan as I thought it was. We don't really have enough for 60. But do we go for it anyway? We have 23. Maybe we cut down to 21. And we YOLO it. You can change the art user represent your deck by dragging the card onto the deck image during deck building. Good hand. Doesn't really do anything for us right now. You're sorcery. Yeah, sure. You 2 green. All right, CC card deck not happened. I think. I think we just gotta go down to 40. We could warp that and then crew this, which would instantly crew it. But like, why would I not just want to block the Fungal Colossus, you know? Also, I think we're dead no matter what, so. What rip? All right, back to 40 cards. It was worth a shot. Nice. Sacrifice. Then warp. I don't think we want. Well, I don't think we want Larval Scout. I mean, we don't want loading zone because I don't think it does enough. Void. And then I think we cut Grab Pack Monolist for. It does create tokens, but I think we cut at least 2 of those for like a Virus Beetle. And then we want some good removal, so. We cut that down, add that. Maybe get a Temporal Intervention for a Sammy's Curiosity. Maybe we cut the Seed Ship Brood Tender and put in Grav Kill. Cut 8 Grab Pack Monoliths. It's good sack stuff, but I think we're leaning away from Spacecraft and we're just going to go with sack. You. How many lands we got? I think we might be able to cut a land. Surely, right? Swamp. And then Temporal Intervention. Something like this. I think green to Sam's Curiosity, Great Lander token. And then look for the land. Oh, this might be a sign that maybe we shouldn't have got that one land. Doesn't say sorcery speed. Red Tiger Meccan. Should have grabbed black probably, but Insatiable Scarema. Looking for planes. Sweet land. That's really good. We'll play this. We'll sacrifice the land. Sacrifice you. Pull 2 black. Play Automaton. Torpedo. We'll just swing with Insatiable Scarema. Oh, point only cares about non-land permanents. It's weird. I thought it was kind of about things leaving the battlefield in general, so I was confused for a second there. Okay, that's fucked up. I think we scrounge for Eternity. We sacrifice... Larva Scoutlander. And then we can use this. Here, +1/+1 counter. Then we can use this to look for a land. Ability. Bring me a swamp. My turn. Yeah, I'll cast a Virus Beetle. I don't know why I tapped 2 black like that. I think I wanted to tap a black and a green. So that way I can ensure that I have the mana cast. Yeah. Anyway. I mean, swing. You. How bad do we want that? I mean, we could use it to swing and then sacrifice something, and then I think ideally next turn we want to activate Embrace Oblivion to sacrifice something, and then Decode Transmission to draw 2 cards and make them lose 2 life. Okay, fair enough. Okay, I should probably save this for something more important, but we'll kill you by sacrificing you. Kill you. It's probably not the best to use that for a token. Green, black, black. Draw 2 cards. Evendo. That enters tap. That was a fucking mistake. I should have played my swamp. It's getting pretty late actually, so I might end it like after this or the next one, because I was streaming for a long ass fucking time. Whatever, reveal your hand. Show me what you got. Yeah, we get rid of that emergency eject, buddy. And then we can maybe destroy this artifact. Then we can activate this and probably kill something to make space. Question is, do you want to swing with that? Because I would not want to swing with that. I don't know. Wait, what made this? Oh, it's just a warp. That was a copy of something because the way it was done. Yeah. Decline. Surveil. We might take that because I think it's just really good. Because we might want to, we may be able to make an opening just enough to kill them. And they're under way more pressure than we are right now. Swing, maybe. Sack that. We can use this look from lands to make sure we're not going to hit like useful stuff. Sure. We gain life off that anyway. Then we can use this. See, I'm not sure if Endo's worth it because I don't know if we station enough to justify the chance that we hit a bunch of green mana for each creature we control, and we don't even have a ton of creatures. Maybe it's a cut. Oh, great. Dark Endurance has no creatures. If I look up how many lands a 50 card deck should have, it'll show me something. I really need something. If I just get something on the board, I can give it indestructible, but I'm being kind of screwed over. We'll take it. Your Honor, we will take it. We're kind of at an impasse, though, because ideally we want to block on the exosuit so we can swing in or something, but... I think it's too late. I'm not sure we got enough. All we can do is sack this, hope we draw a card that drains their health, and yeah, that was a good try. Okay, I think we cut Evendo because it just kind of doesn't do anything enough or fast enough. I wonder if we can bring up our cards up to 50. It said if we go up to, I looked it up. If we go to 50, we can put in 50 lands. So if we put 5 extra cards, and we put 5 extra lands, right? Maybe. One, two, three. Shadow Wings actually seems pretty good in this set. Just because there's a lot of shit that I can target with it. So 2, 3, 4. We're definitely leaning way into black, so we're gonna troll a little bit. I know I said this was probably gonna be the last one, but we're probably gonna lose anyway. It's looking like it, so. I'm thinking we keep, and then we play 2 green, and then, no, we mulligan this. Yeah, we keep this. Good card. I mean, guess from a graveyard, which is kind of nasty, so. Because we can sack this, and then kill something, and then bring Time Line Caller back. I wish I got more of these cards. This is like a nasty card, actually. You can just keep stacking it to shit and then swing and then cast it again later. Also, I never thought about this, but you could warp something in and then sacrifice it using Embrace Oblivion or something else, even if it doesn't have haste. We'll play top 1 claw because I have nothing to block, but we're gonna want to like get a land soon, so we might need to play Wormwall Sweeper to try to surveil and look for something. I'm gonna kill that now before it gets any bigger. Might be a mistake. Maybe we just cast this next turn for its warp cast, and we cast Wormwall Sweeper now. Okay, we can't even cast Gravkill. We need a land. That's better. Now we're talking. Swing with you. If they block, we decode transmission. They block with or play Bengal. They don't. I think we hit Void anyway because you're casting for its warp cost, so. Swing? No. Okay. We will grab pack Monoist. Station Sorcery? Sorcery. Okay. Look for a lander. We can just use this to block some stuff and then create robots that are annoying. What did this get a +1/+1? Oh, but a +1/+1 on a target creature. That was just itself. It's gonna be really annoying by just putting up stuff to block. Thought they would have sacrificed to go to a scan ship. It takes 8 to make it to a 4/4 flyer. We need to find a way to get in the sale because I don't want them to get so much more presence that we can't kill because they're kind of low, to be honest. So we'll do you because I think even though there's a flyer, I want to swing with Comic Crawler if possible. If we have something to help protect it. Could station with that. I think you want to station with this. Yeah, I mean, still 4/4 flyer, but this way we might be able to sneak past, getting some damage. And this has life gain. That's pretty good. They might do the math. They might be able to kill me next turn. We'll see. I'm gonna just throw in hard. Yeah. So you especially have a effect. You put into your hand. I think we're giving it a plasma bolt. If I had to, give it something. Sacrifice you. Grab a black. I don't know what's taking them so long. It's not like they're. It's not like this unwinnable for them. Play something, bro. Bombard me. There you go. Might be able to sneak in a win here if we just draw some removal, please. I think we might be fucked. Brother. This game. Never been good at drafting. Well, never said I was good at drafting. Anyway, I'm just gonna stop here. I'll probably play Valorant tonight instead of Magic the Gathering. So, I mean tomorrow. It's a Magic the Gathering. So, what orbs can we spend? Anywho.